Yo. All right, the mic is right. Hold on. Look, I normally do this before I start. Y'all like you generic. Hold on.
Black people, I love you, and I love you enough to tell you, you ain't ready to revolt shit. You don't feed yourself, you don't hunt your own animals and slaughter them, you don't prepare your own meat, you don't own your own land, you don't have a seed growing in your window. So when you think about revolutionaryism, and you think about fighting and dying in the street, you ain't shit.
Killer Mike said black people ain't ready to revolt. It's a disparaging marriage and he ready to elope. Maritime coastline, deep V hull boat. Crack a nose turned up, machete to your throat. The divine snatched the arm back, she fine, she in Zinga. Moroccan mercenary got a line on Moringa. Ask Chief X to swing it. Go fund me to rock a new car or build a school like I'm Dr. Umar. Nah, go fund some more guns, banana clips and cannabis, and bury it, the jackal, Anubis. I'm cool, keep them heaters and I'm in tie in an abyss. He ain't rapping due to libations, he just channeling this.
Hands down, you ain't ready to oppose nothing. You are as a part of this system as any white person gentrified.
I'm on life. Hovercraft propellers over swamp water. We make the thoughtful think they should have thought harder. Be aware of this. Don't blink, there's only one blunt between the careful and careless. It's hard to face it when you need a shrink or a therapist. Mental disorder ordered them to label you a terrorist. I breathe elements and I found the secret. We could all walk on water if it's ground beneath it. I carry my weapon and keep my trees. And still be Hotep and ask to rig Nasheed. 6 in the morning I greet my seed, then do everything I think I need.
I have to say this because I know our spirit and our emotions get stirred. I'm not against nobody on the panel. I'm with everybody on this. I'm not opposed to anybody. I agree with everything my brother said about revolutionaryism. So let me ask you guys a few questions. We're in the South, in the heart of the South right now. Fishing. Who knows how to fish? Hands down. Who knows how to hunt? Let's hands. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down. Hands down.
Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt? Black people, are you ready to revolt?
Oh, you want to know what's funny? I thought I was on mute when I was singing. That's hella funny. Peace to the people. Up early, man. Getting this work in. Can't play with it. Peace to Baba brother Reggie. Peace to Netta Nell. Two brothers who've been banging for this argument. And Cat's been treating them all kind of ways. I don't really get it in like that. You know what I'm saying? So they get their props for a lot of this information, but, you know, I'm stuck on this. Anybody don't want to hear it, just don't watch. That's what I be talking about. Feel me? So we're going to get into it. Let's vibe, chill out. Oh, it's a Sunday morning, huh?
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. All cool. That's in my shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Kemet, Netta, hoop, them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tumor line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve him a reserve hand. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, You're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Belt the
Now
Jews
check
get
this out.
crowned
I'm the
into a
rap
gold
guy. Hold on.
ring, refashion them after
Every
smash.
Egyptologist is on notice right now. I hope y'all know. Don't think y'all, not every Egyptologist, but don't think y'all getting at nobody that ain't on notice. Like they understand they got something to deal with. Especially if they stepped out the window and went and talked to Brother Garfield. They don't know how to respond right now. And if they don't respond, it's going to be over. Right? But we got, I heard from Sandro Capochichi this morning. He was interested in looking at the book. Let's go.
The whole thing, you're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax. Every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud quit the internet.
I mean,
sometimes
I can just
I wonder
show you why
if
we
I
not
saw
alike, yo.
or fixed this window yet. That's what you call repair, rehand. They heard the king of New Jaw was a scary man, and he is though. I'm
Man, cut it
telling
out
you,
with
you
this
better
expert
contain
shit,
him,
man.
man.
Stop
He's
messing
busting
with me.
arrows at all these Mediterranean
I'm the
ants,
rap
killing
guy,
them.
bro.
Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them
Okay,
flip flops.
show me
like
this.
cut-out
You show me
common
this.
shoes, and y'all just wiki,
You show me some shit
thinking
like
I'm
this.
enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say
What they say?
I'm enthused.
Y'all dudes is clowns.
They just wiki, cause they
You
lazy.
can read that?
So they can call me slow.
That's the
Don't
expert
phase
saying smash. Let me see
Page
that work.
monetized, so crush
That's what
you
that is, clown.
Pays.
Shit, man. I'm all over the music. Hold on. You see what that is? That's the experts asking me to see the work. God damn it. Can you read? Dear brother, can you grant me access to your text? I can't see it. Because I'm not in the system of getting peer reviews like that. So I'm going to reach out to the experts that I know. And when time avails, they holler back. Come on, dog, be quiet. Man, listen to this dog. I'm just saying, though. What the experts got to say. We gonna see. Hey, y'all, they not like us. It's just facts. So, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get a good peer review from this expert. Because I ain't said nothing wrong. And I even know in my text, he going to be like, damn, that boy got some work in there. Messing with the sources that I get from this community, as well as the sources that I put out and provide. Be not confused. Your work is valuable. If you are an honorable individual, don't let nobody make you think you like on some you off the nah. And wait till these other, and I ain't even got that Rita Lucy, but I know that's an ace in the hole. She had on my shirt, but I mean, I ain't even got a trip off that. Everything we want to do with that about to happen. Like, I want to lightweight kick it with her though. Like, I don't want to just do this like this. I need, I need Egyptological peers. And so, we're going to see what this peer review say right here, but y'all see it's popping. I was looking. We were looking over these terms last night, and so I just want to address this whole category of terms to bring some clarity to people. And so what we have here at the root, and if we have to refer to the meta often to understand these dictionaries and everything. So if we scrutinize this term, which seems to be a classification for particular type of groupings of things, mainly dealing with animals, it appears, and people. So we could go to all of the entries and see how it's consistent besides like 2 entries. But what we need to focus on in the meta nature is the wind sign and the dew mountain. All right, window, window, close the window, the window. Now, if you look at window here, it's simply defined as generic units. But we can clearly see what it says of produce, of things, where cattle will fall into things, and of people. So before we get into the derivatives, the base root is just of units. Well, we would go further, we take the plurality off, and it'll just be windu. All right? Units. Now notice here how units of produce and things and of people, we would have to decide when it says windu and we see there's offerings, which of these 3 do they think they are? We probably wouldn't think people are offerings. But things could be offering. Also, produce could be offerings. All right. But let's keep going. And then we'll see when they start to, but at first we should recognize that windu is a particular type of cattle, short-horn cattle. Windu are also goats. Now, it's kind of funny because when we look through the text, we hardly ever see these animals called windu. And this is why. It's because it's kind of like a unit. Groups. And it's explained down here when we see windu, and we will refer to them as nature. Right here. Windut. But what we read is we just see windu, yet. So windu yet. They translated windut as if they know something we don't. Or you could say whatever. But you can follow these back to the word bush and see these entries. Now, you still see the wind sign in the dew mountain, right? But we see a determinative for cattle here and the 3 strokes. We are pulling out cattle, not just one cow or one bovine or one whatever. Here we have a herd. And then if we come to windut, we see something similar. We just see windu, the base root for units, with a T feminized, and then the people glyphs. So now we know it's not just people, it's units of people. We would call these in various different ways, platoons, brigades, but that's in the war fashion. In a normal sense of culture, we call those tribes. Units are, it can be all kind of different units of people. However, people partition themselves for whatever reason. But just for the general sense of the perfect units of people will fall into the category of tribes if those units showed anything to make them distinct units besides a classification number. You know what I mean? Like they didn't classify themselves like 1, 2, 3. They had things that defined them as separate units of people, even inside of the same culture. Exactly. Clans. And so then now last night we were only looking at when Windu means people. But real quick, let's look at when they're actually talking about cattle herds. All right. And this is just more, and now we see 3 attestations. And this is just more to it's funny that it's 3, and that's what they ask you for to show a pattern, but if those 3 do have the cow glyph on them, we would not. I notice I don't see nothing here about cattle. Do you? So I presume that this word, they're guessing it's there. His flock. So again, if we thought they was talking about individual one cattle when we seen Windu, we'd have messed this up. It says his errands in the condition of his flock, he has placed them under your supervision. Now I read this text. Now they even got, I would argue that they got this miscategorized. This was part of the research I had to do to come to the conclusions I came to in my book. If I click into this context, what you're going to see is this flock right here ain't really cattle, or is a high probability that this flock is cattle. You want to know why? The person who did this is an army general. His flock is really his brigade. Remember I told you brigade, platoon? Now let's read what he says. His errands and the condition question of his flock he has placed under your supervision. Let me click in the text to prove what I just said. I don't be just reading the text right before the show. It just be like we be coming across stuff that we've been looking over this for hella long. So watch him be the I think he's Magi Misha, or he might just be Misha. But let's see. He's distinguished a single person, blah, blah, blah. I'm just gonna find the point of what we're talking about. All right, now let's see. I guess I do have to read this whole part. So let's see. Behold, God has made him excellent who makes him excellent. You may watch over him. He has distinguished you to act for him. So right now, we already know he ain't talking about no cattle. He distinguished a single person, he alone distinguished. Be exalted, for you act for him who has distinguished you. What you have done in the past as a thing of, let's see, blank. Please your nature. Please your God. His errands and the condition of his flock he has placed in your supervision. So if we think they're talking about this God, let's click in here. If they're talking about is the God, they're not talking about the God, they're talking about this person. But we'll see. This according to, let's see what they're saying here. That's nothing about that. So his errands and his condition of your flock, which is the title for what you call it. So it says Misha. I told you. I said he was the Magi Misha. See, so they kind of messed this up. Let me show y'all. You see Misha? See, he said this word, if separated correctly, is a haplax or hapax. It says Barnes suggests that meaning errands from the root Misha, to march or to travel. Hence the translations errands. I don't know about errands because we know Misha is an army. But what they say here, it's in the verb, it's first in the sentence. So it's being used as a verb something. But they say his errands, that's not a verb. But if you take an errand like running an errand, it will be one. Let's click on this. Commissions. So this is just a rendering of the Misha word that is meaning, again, defined kind of like the way that they're saying it. Right? Misha F. But let me show y'all something what I'm trying to get you to see. See, again, go into the text and type Misha. M-S-A. Right? And watch this. You're going to get another rendition that shows you it's the army. See? What if we don't know these things? We won't know the other possibilities. So when they say it's to march, we wouldn't know that that was in reference to an armed force by this term Misha being the same Misha. M-E-S-H-A. Mesha, whatever you want to say. It could be Masha, Musha. But what we see is this march acting like it's just like a march unrelated to warriors. Ain't that fair? Look at all, and now we got this commissions, the one that they used. But look, Misha, members of a workforce. So the reason why I'm pointing this out is because they're clearly saying he put some, now they saying his errands, and then they ask a question mark. Why would this say his errands and the condition of his flock? It clearly say his army or his, but they got a question mark. Do y'all see what I'm showing? They say his errands is Misha F. I know Misha because the Magi army, Magi Misha. Members of a workforce, Misha. So what if this says his members of his workforce and the condition of his flock, he placed under your supervision? That makes perfect sense. His errands, question mark, is crazy. Well, let's look at this. Your plan, let's prove that, well, we already showed that I said he was a Misha, and now you see why I said that. But I'm not agreeing with this, that this says errands, and they showed me that it's disagreeable by putting a question mark here. They're basically saying, we don't know. And I'm saying, why y'all didn't look at the other renderings of Misha instead of commissions and see how this lines up? And so, his members of his workforce, his army, look, Mishat. See? Now, so I was like, these ain't cattle. They got this in the cattle category, but it could be cattle, but let's keep reading. Your plan advice. Now that's a plan or advice, right? So that let me know that, well, don't let me know, but it's going into the category of this person is like a general, like I was talking about. You act on behalf of the God, indeed also without there being his presence, literally face, that adjusts you to his plan. So he's a cool dude. He do what he supposed to. Let me see. After, because this, I just read this, to adjust to you to his plan. After he had sent the person acting on his behalf, when he judges, he will find in the truth, he will truly find it. The God who places it under your supervision. All right, so now let's read the titling of the text. Oxford Wisdom Text. I will allow, just for I don't like to be so disagreeable with the experts. They classified this as cattle in this rendition, and it's totally acceptable. But when we look at it, it seemed to be talking about, again, a person, that word that they, now here they say, seek you what is beneficial for the remech, for the people. I'm just pointing out what terms they're using when they do what they do. So last night I made some focus on some Nisbas, and we were talking about them. He who is safe from something evil is important. And since I feel like we done finally got that argument to a point to where anybody now trying to maintain their contentions about the, all they're going to keep on trying to do is bring in a race argument that no one's making. They've been doing that since day one, just consistently keep bringing up a race argument that ain't nobody making. Yesterday we was watching a video. You can't make this up, man. And the scholar had on a Hiro shirt. You know what I'm saying? Well, forget it. I don't gotta watch it again. So here goes something I started doing in my other researches. And I put this out there, and I hadn't found the one yet, but let's start looking. What I mean is this. What's up, Chef? What I mean is we got more Kim people calling it, hey, the argument is over, Chef. If you go on your show just being fake and shit, what I mean by being fake is acting like you don't know the argument is over. First of all, I be feeling sorry for dudes, blood. Like, cats be sighing so hard, dog. I be getting a feeling of empathy. Like, damn, dog. It's over. But cats be trying so hard. Somebody threw out a metaphor for that to me and it had me laughing. So let's go to their catalogs, right? Now, everybody who fumble and bumble, I shouldn't be the one who could just show y'all how we just messing everything up. It should be somebody else way more qualified than me. We went back to the UNESCO and read what Serge Sazaran said, the dude who was disagreeing with Diop. We went back and read what he said. It was ugly. He actually said if they wanted to say black people, they would say Kemet. But he was disagreeing with Diop about Kemet TU. Now, I'm going to put 1974. I don't even have to put the people in ancient Egypt. We're going to do the people in of ancient Egypt part 2, man. I'm going to get Sandro down. Y'all see that peer review we got going on? The expert y'all brought last night said the Egyptians never... Nah, you got reading comprehension problems. And I'm about to show it right now. I mean, the way y'all be trying to twist up what the scholarships say be gross. But it just be showing me how y'all get it in. Watch this. When they lost, you just got to keep... Some dudes, you just keep hitting them in their face till they knocked out. I mean, I ain't had to hit hella people in their face hella times till they knocked out. But I'm saying, like, if they keep on keeping on, you just bang them on the ground if they keep on moving and stuff. That's how y'all is. Y'all just on the ground, want to get hit again. Watch this. Exactly, good guy. Like, we went to the 1974, and in 1974, he agreed. But I'm going to show y'all hella funny stuff, y'all. I mean, I'm going to just illustrate more fumbling and bumbling that's been going on. Let me see. Damn, why is it not? Look, when I type, it ain't taking my words. All right, maybe they want me to download it. But it's right in my face. But this is just a different version of it. Professor Abdullah stated that Kim did not mean black, and it's the derivatives did not refer to the color of individuals. He gave linguistic demonstrations, blah, blah, blah. And this is the dude who Sonoran, right here. Sonoran comes right in and beat up Abdullah for, see, this is the problem. when Obanga talks about this, he said what they did was him and, see, y'all gotta know the backdrop and everything, man. Sit at the feet of the elders. Stop being them rebellious little kids. At this age, we should know all the benefit of sitting at the feet of our elders. Maybe when we was young and dumb, full of testosterone, we thought we knew better. But if you go listen to Obanga, he actually speak on this. And he say it in a different way than the reporter says it here. He said they knew that Serge Sonoran was the only qualified linguist when Abdullah was going against Joke. He was going against Diop he was a black man. I mean, let's say he was from the Sudan. Abdullah. Trying to be the one going against the West African. Yeah, I said it. The West African scholar, Diop. See? We ain't doing no more nonsense like that, immortal truth. Because we could just disrupt a good-ass show. And Corey ain't got that source yet. See? Nah, he got the first 48. We still in the first 48. Now look, I'm explaining how this really went down. What Obanga said is they looked at Serge Sonoran and told him, if you don't stop this, if you don't intervene, we leaving. Because it's just like the good guy said, Obanga and them told him, he said, it's silly at this point. They saying Kim don't mean black. If you do not stop this isn't written in here. You have to go look at the stuff like what James provided us and the actual videos of Obanga talking about how it went down. So this is what Sonoran stood up and said. And this is the reporter's way of saying it. He says, Professor Sonoran intervened in the course of a lively exchange. See? They was going at it. Diop and Abdullah, who lost, he stood up, as it shows us up here, talking about, look, black man, I'm going to be the other black man who's going to refute you in front of all of these white boys, basically. And then the white boy stood up and said, hold up. The Negro who ain't the bootlicking Negro is right. That's what they always say. The bootlicking Negro be trying to get some props from the white man, and the white man don't respect that. They don't want to fuck with you. And this is evidence. This is what happened here. And I don't want to call Professor Abdullah a bootlicking Negro. That's disrespectful. Right? That ain't what I'm intending to do in my analogy. Just to be clear. But this is what Sonoran's saying. I didn't even call him a Negro. He was coming from the Sudan. Right? So Sonoran stood up and intervened in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Joe, stating that Egyptian Kim, feminine KMT, meant black. Y'all see that? Okay, y'all see that. The masculine plural was Kimu, and the feminine plural, Kemet. Now let's read. This is Sonoran trying to stop the argument, chiming in. He says, the form Kemet to you, now he's going against Joe. So he stepped in and agreed with Joe that Kim mean black. Because he was made to say that because he wasn't even intervening. Not made to say it, but he knew the answer and he was just letting them argue. So that's why Theophilo Obanga looked at him like, you the qualified linguist, why you ain't saying nothing? And he stepped in and said this, but he ain't gonna agree with him fully. Watch what he say. He says, The form Kemet. Let's listen. These are linguists. So we have to pay attention to detail. The form Kemet could only mean two things. Those of Kemet. But let's stop. What did he just say Kemet meant? Kemet means black. He just said it. Now he says the form Kemet could only mean two things. Those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, that is the black country. So now we see that black silt is dead. Here goes something else. The black, oh my God, Reggie. None of them was bold enough at this symposium to say a word about the black silt. Did y'all trip off that? As a matter of fact, we do, in my memory from my first and second reading of this text, we do not have the word, the phrase black silk in this argument, y'all. Oh, hell no. Well, to be fair, in reference to that, they say the land are the people. But when they trying to say the land, I don't think they go too far in the black silk. We're going to look it up, though. It's a quick search. That could be wrong. But we're reading the discourse now. And what did he say? The black country. Inhabitants of the black country. Why he didn't say the black land? Again, because the things that we find with that 049 determinative giving us a city situation. He said it was a derived adjective nisba. Let's slow down. We talked about Lisbons last night that were not formed from geographical terms. And we got information that would make, I need to see if he's still around or not. Let's look that up because I thought he had a recent document. I was like, damn, he's still around. So the cold part, all these Egyptologists didn't do shit and Diop went down in history. They went down in history for trying to refute him. Well, that's not true, but yeah, they did do stuff. A geographical term which had become a proper name. It was not necessarily felt with this original meaning. Now listen to this. This would end the game. And I'm going to put it big on the screen so y'all can just shut up. Y'all still ain't going to be honest because it ain't an honest bone in some of these dudes. When they losing, they just going to lose dishonorably. See, you can have an honorable discharge or a dishonorable discharge. You're definitely being discharged. You're out of here. Now, you can have an honorable discharge or a dishonorable discharge. An honorable discharge is just saying, you know what, I ain't got nothing to say. That shit say what y'all been saying. A dishonorable one is trying to look at this shit and make it say other than what it's saying in order to maintain your pseudo-ass, untrained, I just learned about this shit from y'all arguments. To designate black people. Do I gotta read that again? To designate black people. The Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemu, not Kemetiyu. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland, whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom. Let's keep going. Onwards, nor in generally did they use names of color to distinguish different people groups. So a banger gonna address that. But he bowed down. Because the argument ain't about Africans in the hinterland. Who would think that they use Kemet to describe Africans of the hinterland? They owned Kemet. Kemet was they blackness. That was they blackness, and it was indicated by they black land. And we see here to designate black people. What would, see, I've asked scholars this, and I did it on purpose. And I watched them give us other answers from their body of knowledge. Totally fine, right? But see, this is an ace in the hole. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimu, not Kemet to you. So let's not even deal with Kemet to you, because they died at Kemet. Now, how are you going to take the fact that he said they never used it for people of the African hinterland as anything substantial in the debate talking about Africans not in the hinterland? This is talking about Africans in a place called Kemet. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet. And they in a place called Kemet. Y'all, I'd be embarrassed. Like, I'd be on the other side of the internet like, all right, I'm just going to stop this and go on and just say I'm wrong. How I'm going to let them just dance around me? Now I get to just taunt in the end zone. Every show. I don't got to do no more scholarship. I can just do the Ja Morant dance. I'm doing that. Just see me, imagine me animating the Ja Morant dance right now. Even though I wouldn't do no shit like that, that young generation be doing them dances that older dudes, they look funny to me. But fuck it. In order to make y'all mad, I'm Ja Morant dancing. Right? Just taunt, and then now you're just getting taunted. Because it's at this point. It's nothing. I mean, I'll be, see, this is what I'm saying. Y'all play chess. I got beat by hell of y'all at chess because I just remember when my game was nice. And I remember the rules of that nice game. But then you got to go do it again and you got to really be playing chess, right? But that don't take away the knowledge that you learned about how arguments unfold. Every argument, every conversation unfolds algorithmically. If you understand that, you wouldn't be getting caught up by detectives and shit. Like, y'all, I dare somebody, I don't care. You think you could sit in my face and have a whole plan that's about to unfold, and I'm not about to see that from the nature of the discourse and how you rolling it out? Somebody asked you a question, you don't want to know the question that's about to follow that up before you answer the question. Well, you can control the question that's going to follow that up by how you answer the question. The full statement is, let's read to the period. To designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kemet to you. Or Kimu, not Kemet to you. Period. See, if I wanted to put a quote in my book, that's all I need to quote. See? I don't have to quote what he says about Africans in the hinterland because we're talking about Egypt. God. We talking about a place called Kemet. But like I said, yeah, you just further making yourself look, every step you take, you just further making yourself look crazy to people. Like, I ain't really tripping. I ain't got nothing against nobody. People choose to look crazy themselves when sentences like this on the damn screen and they still got something to say. I mean, hey. So yeah, and this, we read over this over and over. And since we were so focused on Kemet to you, improving Kemet to you, we never stopped and focused that he already killed it and gave it up for the Kemet. Thank you. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland. People were starting to try to, cats so disingenuous they was reading this like this. In any case, they never used this adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland whom, and I'm like, seriously? Y'all can't even butcher this right. Cats can't even butcher it right. I need some slap to play. I'm making some new slap. Forget it. Y'all need some new slappers. I got the Me and V1C album coming. That's about to be the Dragon Face Pharaohs. Y'all gonna love that. Watch that. Let me see. They crazy though.
Yeah, and I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Alright, it's getting kinda dirty in these YouTube streets. The Amon-Ra squad, God thinking you dudes weak. Islam or Judaism, where you learn what you dudes teach. The West African rappers slapping with that voodoo speech. All that sub-Saharan care about a cuckoo feet. I'm like Norma, that agricultural farmer that grew you wheat for the storehouses. We feed the Hebrews and lead the people when we defeat the feeble. They wanna know polite rip me off, but Sonetta paid me my money though. That mean he 100. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bruh. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bruh. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bruh. They crazy, bruh. Nubian with the Jews, I rock the pinky. I think Jesus got to save me, a doctor save me, a Dr. Inky. I cop the copper jewels on blue and red. I'm not the chakra doctor, y'all claim woke. But you in bed, you won't pop a chopper, you Grandmaster J. You just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy. You love
on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors. Damn, they don't even be feeling the knowledge. Let me show them. Maury Gators. Boy, what you know about the Maury Gators? But what they really telling you is that these is the shoes and the fashion and the style of the Moors. See? Maury Gators, bruh. We brought them gators to Italy. It wasn't no alligators in Italy. Cut it out. You just got to listen and get the deep knowledge. We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors. But now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Come on now. That can't fuck with the kid. Yeah, was it gators in Italy? So then how we giving Italians credit for gators when they tell you to give credit to the Moors? Because the best, most expensive, look, these 1,200 right here. But cats don't even know about Maury gators because they suit up. I'm just saying, dog. You ain't know nothing about that. You just learned something. All right? We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors.
Grandmaster J, you just talking. Punks turn the other cheek and you will walk away. Y'all gon' have to pardon my Moorish. That's to Harker Bay. I'm on that black African power on my darkest day. And that's my brother Ankh stomping them other punks. We brought them gators to Italy. You loving the Moors. And now I'm teaching from my shrine like Brother Jabari. Scope in the savannah cause I'm on another safari. Tasha K showed us Frank record. Young Pharaoh just losing his mind and y'all can't help him. I know one thing, you're a fool if you're still out here donating to Umar school. That shit cool. And I'ma work cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They crazy, bro. Look. You showing your hidden colors like Tariq Nasheed. A bunch of pseudo information I don't think I need. Probably lying on the text, ask divine as Zion Lax. Just get that microphone ready. With Metal Netta, I'm Stone Jetty. Ujahu, Asar Imhotep. Y'all probably timid still on them Bobby Hemmings. I'm in Gozy with the DNA. Cats corny and it's killing me too. You talk that black shit, but you look Arab like Gorilla Hebrew. You need therapy, they telling me just chillin', be cool. I'm a magi orchard, you a sad guy talking. And I'm a work cause I ain't going out lazy, bro. Thought he was conscious, but the homie just played me, bro. The house of consciousness is going out crazy, bro. They
we got another
crazy,
drive down.
bro.
We're taking more land, y'all. We expanding our horizons. We taking more land, right? And I'ma annex that land. See what I'm talking about? Yeah. Find some of the best warriors in this fight. Matter of fact, where Robert Brown at? He need his award. You know, we gonna give out them awards now. The victory awards. Brother Reggie. Netta nail. Yeah, that's right. I might have to make you gonna have to do yeah.
This is a story.
I was vibing to that.
They messed up my thing. It just cut off. Yeah, we need to give out some awards in this after this war, some medals of honor and valor to the Magi warriors coming from Magi Misha. Now that the battle is over and we can return to Mija. Ain't even nothing to do. I'm not fighting ghosts. I'm not fighting ghosts. So now they're going to just be watching the celebrations. And to celebrate, we're going to get the, man, y'all so pseudo. Damn, played yourself. Certain people you can't fuck with. When you snap me out my humble, you got a problem. You got to be talking shit. You got to be doing some dumb stuff to slap me up, snap me out my humble. Cats don't deserve your humble. You trying to say you're going to be humble around a bunch of cats who detracting? You need to boss the fuck up and belittle them clowns. Shit. You only humble with real men and shit. Real dudes, like cats who working hard. Y'all all respect each other. Ain't nobody getting out of pocket. We keep our humility, our accountability. You talking about being humble with cats who ain't even got no accountability? Get the fuck up out of here. You get nothing but ego. Yeah. Humility is something that's shared amongst men who respect each other, right? That's what I'll be like. Why y'all getting disrespectful and you still, they getting at you wrong and you still got puppy voice? They already getting at you wrong, bark back. Cut it out. Cut your humility. Turn it off. Share that with the people who deserve it. The wise people who respect game. I cut that shit off quick soon as they pop off with that disrespect. That's what y'all want to do? Let's do that then. We can turn all this nice scholar shit off and let's start talking greasy. Shit crazy. The screen say to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet. I don't think that needs to be talked about no more. Seriously though. They'll figure out something because they need some viewership, right? Like this is the cold part about this is what you call my vocation, not my occupation. And we should all know the difference between your occupation and your vocation, right? This is something I'm naturally drawn towards and spend my time on because I'm just naturally drawn towards it. You see? This is not, I'm trying to figure out ways to monetize the time I spend in this world doing this, and people even try to look down on that. I ain't one of them. Please. I don't care what you look down on is what I mean. That don't help nobody. So you try to be like, you're just trying to sell a book. What? From East Oakland. I'll be out there on the corner with my book, standing there. What's up, fam? It's like DVDs. I'm not like y'all. Like, I have no shame, and I sat there and worked hella hard, and then I made a book. What should I be ashamed about? Got me fucked up. And then when they read it, they be like, damn. Cuz on it. And I just got the request from good brother Sandro this morning. Shout out to you. I hope you watching, bro. You've been a warrior, bro. We all want to be like you, bro. You feel me? So I just do what I can for where I'm at. But y'all see that brilliance though. It's steady and all. I ain't saying it that way. I'm saying it like, come on now. Don't play your partner. You can see that this work is there. Cause I can't like, you know what I'm saying? I can't like be like faked on for hella long. That ain't in my nature. I'll let cats get away for it for a minute, but after a while, you on some bullshit. Like you got this in your face and you still gonna tell me that? Like these internet situations is different than real life. Cause cats know if they maintain their bullshit in your presence, it's different. So they'll ease up quicker. In real life, I'm just saying, internet situations is different. Like how long you gonna let a nigga bullshit you in real life in your face? Cats could just keep it going on the internet. Because you know why? Because they gotta look you in your eye. See, it's all the stuff. I'm not even talking about nothing crazy. I'm just saying all the things that people don't like confrontations to be face to face because of all of the revealing body language. Like when you ask a person a question on the internet and they quiet for 10 seconds, that happens so much. They just be quiet back there. Imagine if y'all was face to face and that happened. That's what I'm trying to say. They'll be looking all around, fidgeting, you feel me? But all of that is out of it, and so cats just feel like they in their comfort zone. Anyway, I don't even know if this is a rant. I don't know what this is. We just chilling. But yeah, it's the truth about not really wasting your time. Let's move on. You feel me? I'm gonna write a research paper on this, even though my book is currently being peer reviewed. I ain't got to be in academia. I just hit up the scholars. They mess with the rap god. They really like what I'm bringing to the scholarship, family. Like, they ain't hating. Y'all just seen, oh, y'all didn't see that? Damn, I'm gonna have to show y'all again. Not the Maury Gators. But yeah, if y'all can find alligators being indigenous to Italy, then give Italians, the Mediterraneans, credit for them gators that they telling you is Maury's. But we're gonna go to my history because I want to find some video we watched yesterday. I've probably watched 1,000 videos since then. Oh, this right here. Then somebody shot me a different version of it. Now, this is just crazy for y'all to have to deal with.
More than a geography.
No, this ain't even it. She basically, well, let me look. This Egyptologist here, first of all, her whole presentation just beat the brakes off of all of y'all. Ancient Egypt and its reception in Black America, from Afrocentrism to Afrofuturism, where she cast a, I don't know how you could say what type of a light. You can't say a good light, a beautiful light. Right? She just pointed out the usefulness or what have you of the reception of ancient Egypt in Black America. But just the cold part, I showed this yesterday and I noticed this on the spot, right? She got on a Hyro shirt. And that's why I be wanting to shake my head. Like, see, when cats get to banging with the wrong people, they really kind of make themselves look crazy. Because the shit that's going to happen that can't possibly happen for you. It's just because you're out of, you know, you fucked around and mismatched. You done mismatched. Talking your shit. Fucked around and found the mismatch on YouTube. Because the Egyptologist that is talking about the reception of ancient Egypt in Black America, not only does she mention my group hieroglyphics, but she has on a Hyro shirt. To where she either went to the event that came my brainchild, shout out to Tajay and others who helped make it a reality, Hyro Day, where she spoke on Hyro Day. And y'all on YouTube talking about the experts. And the experts talking about me. Did I lie there? Y'all want to see her talking about me? God, these dudes. I see, this is what I'm saying. To squash these type of bugs, this is so appropriate. They need to feel small, itty bitty, no response. Right? Yeah. What you gonna say to that? What you gonna do? Oh, he didn't went and photoshopped the t-shirt. So she spent $30 on that t-shirt to support hieroglyphics. I don't got the part in her. Somebody else sent me another video where she had put us on the screen. It still be in my history. Let's see. I mean, you go to the point of they ain't nothing you can do. You just gotta shut up. Like, what you gonna do? What you gonna go show? What that gonna show, y'all? Here go me when I was. I ain't gonna show shit but wiki. Dang, where's the other video? All right, I'm gonna have to get some. Hey, if somebody there who can send me that other video, you could put it in the back chat or something. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Because I don't see it in my history. It was the video where she had the Hyro stuff on the screen. But y'all seen it. Oh, here it go, right here.
And here is the art.
So we her third slide.
Okay.
So stop playing with me, man.
Welcome today. My name is Rita Lucarelli, for those of you who don't know me yet. And I'm an associate professor of Egyptology at the Department of
See, they want my
Middle
grizzly to
Eastern
go back
Languages
and
Cultures
hibernate, huh?
at UC Berkeley.
Y'all done
My
brought the
special-
grizzly out. Hold on. My grizzly is not hibernating for a minute. All right? I'm tired of them. They did. I ain't got nothing to do with them no more. Waiting for this growth. We waiting for some growth. I'm going to focus on growth. Take this to larger stages and get bigger people on this show. Talking about expertise. Better. People with credentials. But not on the way that they doing it. Like, I'm not Mr. Yo, I got a YouTube channel and I want to talk to you. I got this. Nah. I'm check this out, cuz. I'm on my show.
These are the study of the ancient Egyptian religion, magical text, demonology, and also the application of digital humanities in the study of ancient Egypt, as well as the reception of the ancient Egyptian culture and religion in modern. Yes, okay, great. And so when
Boy, you never met her, you never seen this person in your life. You just typing. Your thumb's anxious. You ain't got nothing to offer. And just keep it real. You don't have anything to offer, bro. Like, I couldn't say it no better.
We moved to the East Bay in 2014 from Germany, from Europe. I started working in this beautiful campus of UC Berkeley. I was so glad to be seeing motifs and signs about ancient Egypt a bit everywhere in the streets.
Well, first of all, I'm waiting for cats to show me shit about their hood. I got my people stay in the chat. East Oakland stay in the chat. I never see that on nobody else's page. Like, I don't necessarily see no people. I think everybody escaping from who they was and they recreating themselves on YouTube. Now, here you got an Egyptologist coming to my hood. Offer to the conversation. That's all. I mean, you know, I don't mean completely. You have completely nothing to offer to this conversation. You're only trying to take away from it. Think about it. You have no contributions to make. You will not put up one source, and you don't even got the claim that you made last night of somebody saying that they was a PhD. You should focus on that. Now, she comes to my hood, Oakland, right? And again, I'm on the map.
Of Berkeley, Oakland, through the beautiful.
Now, I'm not saying that to nobody but the detractors. Do this, y'all. Go say, look, they came to where I'm at and I'm on the map. Nah, that shit don't happen. Stop playing.
Graffiti art coloring the city, the different cities around here. Also in the sound of local musicians, in the festival where they were playing. I love
hold on. So in the sound of local musicians and the festival that they were playing, what festival was that? That's a festival I started from my city. I don't got nothing to do with it no more. And they still pulling it off wonderfully. I just show up now. Because I want to talk back to y'all about Kemet. Do you believe that? You don't believe that. I guarantee you y'all don't believe that, but that's the truth. I stepped down as the executive director of Hyro Day after bouncing back, had a bad Hyro Day, and I was like, I ain't quitting on a bad note. Brought that motherfucker back, had another glorious Hyro Day, and I'm done. So I'm showing you her presentation that I was included in, and I'm so thankful and grateful. I'm not, all the ego shit is gone. I was just talking shit to other people, right? To her, I'm so grateful and thankful to be included in a presentation that that's facts, DQ. That's nothing but a button. Press it, don't even stress it. Start thinking about your just your ticket and your flight arrangements, because you will have to get here. But yeah, that's nothing but a button. So that's not a you say less. Start thinking about where you're gonna stay and shit. Because you're gonna have to handle that. Yeah. So and all in my regards to how she put my crew in her presentation, I'm forever thankful, and it's just the highest honor, because I seen this before with this presentation, and for some reason I didn't see this part. And I was like, damn, how she all in Oakland talking about hieroglyphs? I mean, and then somebody showed me, nah, she actually got y'all on there. Now, my brother said she doesn't agree with me. I hope she doesn't, right? Because I'm not looking to form an echo chamber. What I want to do is get everyone who don't agree with me, just like I just did y'all. Y'all was like y'all wasn't even really good crash dummies. Asar Imhotep and Ujahu was much better than y'all. Like, I mean, not even nothing like the same. And I hope these words don't sound slighting. These are just facts. Like, it's nobody amongst y'all who could deal with me in the regard and the way that Asar Imhotep and Ujahu attempted to deal with this information. So that's why it be archers that's just like, y'all can't even get around Robert Brown. He come in here and be sounding like he need his own show. I watched the Robert Brown show. Y'all tripping. He need to call it that and go ham on you dudes. Who will watch the Robert Brown show? Oh, he ain't here, so he need to know. Hopefully, if he pop up, cats will watch the Robert Brown show, bro. Yeah, and so now we also noticed that I had on Pan African James hoodie in this old ass picture. See, y'all really be just thinking this all YouTube and stuff. Brother Reggie in the building. Hey, let me show you something, Brother Reggie. You just got on. See, they talk too much crap and they talking to the wrong people. We tied in different, Reggie. And we can meet at the same places, but we tied in differently, right? Like, I could get a pass to the symposium, you could get a pass to the symposium, but we could get them in different ways. But cats can't even get in, bruh. You see, no, it's like anything I want to go to Egyptological, I'm gonna hit Rita. Once I establish that connect, that's nothing but a button. I'm a cool dude. I do this, right? So I'm in there. So what I was about to say, my man for Reggie, I want you to see something. Oh, well. I know I don't want you to see this. You know about this. I started to forget. I forgot what I was about to show. And we could get the support up for this channel. Everybody click like, do all that, man. Let's get it out. Them dudes ain't got nothing to talk about no more, Reggie. Yeah, we need the Robert Brown show and the Pan-African James show. They ain't gonna have nothing else to talk about because this Kemet topic is dead. So I'm gonna write this research paper and refer to all this stuff. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you, Reggie. Because they see, this is what I'm talking about. These dudes over there paying scholars to to try to refute me. I guess what they got somebody doing right now. Reggie, they hire some amateur ass Egyptologists in order to make sure they get their wage. She trying to make Pepe Ni Ankh Kim a Nubian, bro. Oh, I'ma beat the brakes off her. She's trying her hardest. You don't know what to do. She probably contacting her counterparts. Man, the Magi is a problem. That ain't me, that's y'all. Let me show y'all, the Magi was never one person. Y'all got that messed up. But let me show Reggie this. You see, when I was writing my book, I sent it to the scholars, right? And Reggie was one of the brothers I sent it. He told me his initial comments. But you know me, I'm like, all right, I'm going to take these comments. I'm going to make the adjustments. Reggie told me to edit on my grammar. I know he looked and seen, damn, he did that. All right, now look. So Reggie, what that say, Reggie? That say Sandro Capo Chichi is requesting access to the following document. Dear brother, can you grant me access? That's just love. And he's an expert, right? And I'm just showing a correspondence that ain't critical. When I have a real discussion with him, I ask him permission to show you guys the information. Right? And what the brother did about him wrote to me about Mboli, it sent a whole ripple through the conscious community. He was doing a good service. You see that, Reggie? So now he on Black Like Osiris and, oh, wait till I get that. Oh, wait till I get that peer review, Reggie. Oh, they ain't gonna know what to say. Has it been peer review? Here go my peer. I'm posting the peer review. I'm a request permission to post the peer review. And if the other scholars that got it respond to in their leisure time, I'm posting their peer reviews. I also had to email Sister Kara Cooney, and I'm pretty sure I'm probably not the only one, but hopefully we'll get it. We'll be able to have that discourse. But yeah, since Corey didn't have nothing to offer, and I ain't gonna try to beat you up, Corey, but since he didn't have nothing to offer, he said that Egyptologist doesn't agree with you. Imagine how futile your attempts are. I'm talking to others. If you are one who maintained an argument that you wasn't even abreast to before you got in it, but yet you hopped in it and maintained one side of that argument for maybe a couple years now, and then you get to a point where you can say that most respectable and reasonable people can say that you're 100% wrong, you start focusing on other stuff. Or the last thing you're going to be like, that Egyptologist, after you're being humbled and the person who you're debating shows you that this Egyptologist actually has my face and the rest of my counterparts in her presentation, you really think it's appropriate to say, that Egyptologists don't agree with you? She agrees with something because I'm in her presentation, right? She at least agrees that I should be talking about Kemet, right? Or does she disagree? Next. Y'all, I need some new trolls, man. Y'all is played out. We need some new trolls, y'all. We hiring new trolls over here. Can some North Africans step up? Can some modern Egyptians step up, please? Respect to y'all, by the way. And I'm not one who maintains the contention that nobody related to you was there. I just know what you probably, I don't want to say don't. That's disrespectful. But I know some of this history that some people don't acknowledge. You feel me? Like particularly, every time I heard on shows the other day, cats was really talking about when the Arabs got there, they said it was the land of the blacks. And y'all need to refer to Vanessa Davies, where she points out the importance of historical context before you just get on YouTube looking like a doofus. Let's listen to this statement real quick. And then the emphasis placed on the shit where the high voices get high in the dumb places in order to make you think something popping. You know, I'm gonna cut out that high voice convincing shit. Show me some sources. I can't even do it now, so we're gonna have to just refer back to when I did it at first. I'm just chilling today, man. What is it, Sunday? I got some time on my hands. Let's put hands on you time. No, I'm talking, whatever. Yeah. I guess that type of language has to be avoided completely now because I get confused with other stuff and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I was having a conversation with Jay Mill about how we kind of messing up the scholarship with mixing this whole YouTube streets analogies, and then you got we shooting them, and you're dead, and all of these things. We could entertain the knowledge with different types of jargon, because it's getting played out. Because the confusion is when the beef family pop off, and we just been using all these terms and we wasn't really talking about it like that. Now we're using the same terms and it get confusing. You feel me? Well, I'm gonna put the link to the sister's presentation, so you can find something in it that that is refuting something. Here we go. Shout out to Said. Told you don't have to agree with me to be on the page. You feel me? Some cats do it with. Oh, let's say this live is over. Hold on. Some cats do it with some type of the way you want to be, with respect. The way you wouldn't mind being disagreed with, basically. You know what I mean? There's certain ways you would mind, and then you doing it in a way that you wouldn't like it. Oh, that's disrespectful. People don't mind being disagreed with. They just don't want to feel some kind of way, bro. Oh, let me find my own channel. Here go the video. All right, so who gonna so now that so we don't even have to discuss Kemet to you. Even though Kemet to you was right too, and I'm gonna put that in my research paper, but we don't have to discuss Kemet to you. It's too much. It's just over. We don't have to discuss Kemet to you. Why? Because it says to designate black people. The Egyptians would have said Kemet. What's the name of Egypt? The old name of Egypt, Kemet. You know, Nothing, I just got back on the stream. Use this time I got wisely. Y'all feel free to support the stream. Feel free to cop one of them books. You know.
Recording in progress.
All right, it's recording in progress. People ain't got nothing to say. Now, what
Recording
I did
stopped.
was let these scholars know that if you about to get back at me and you say something about a social construct or you say something about race, you really ain't on the level. Don't and now I'm about to look, Reggie. Come on, I need to holler at Reggie. Oh, this say read AI. I thought I took this out. Man, remove. Now let me Reggie, I need to holler, bro. Let me see. They so lost. They tried everything. Oh my God. This is gonna be funny in history. Like 10 years later, when Wiki updated itself to my information, like it be doing, y'all think I'm pseudo for saying that. But I know when Wash wasn't on Wiki. Come on, bro, let me show you something. I'm from the Amara Squad. Look, Wash, Wiki, Egypt. I know when Wash wasn't on Wiki, and I was one of the first to read this. Y'all know I was. Now this shit got a whole Wiki page. But when I told people you could read the Norman palette, they thought I was pseudo. This like 12 years ago, Blog Talk Radio. I'm a Rock Squad, Brother Jonathan, the Norman palette. Let's translate it. Let me put that in there. Excuse me. Oh, XQUAD. The Norman palette, let's translate it, Brother Jonathan, 7 years ago. Right? But this happened more than 7 years ago. Look, I'm a Rock Squad, Norman palette, Scorpion King translation. 9 years ago. See, this was not on Wiki 9 years ago. After we said you could read this palette. Well, let's look at the sources that was prevalent, available to us back then. Because I would have just pulled up the wiki.
Of the African Civilization Show, the home of the Amara Squad.
Man, it's like
what's good,
15 years ago,
what's happening,
bro.
A well-organized
14 years ago.
Defeat the disorganized truth every time. Woo-wee.
Yeah, I got the Blog Talk, but this ain't the real Blog Talks I got.
Powerful shows.
I'm going to play some of them Blog Talks
We're
today.
Continue our Amara Squad teaching show. Last week we had Brother Ish. You know what I'm saying? We featured Brother Ish breaking down the moral science, killing them with the Nas. This week we're going to have Brother Jonathan come on in. He's going to give us a treat. He's going to translate the Norman's palette for us. In truth, he's going to give us a glimpse into African history that I know y'all haven't heard before.
Stop. So, brother, I knew back then, 15 years ago. Why I'm saying 15 years? Because I remember when this was. This was at least 2011, maybe 13 years-ish. Like, you know, whatever. It wasn't 2012, was it? So this after I beat the brakes off Asar Uja and Wuja, and I was made a member of the Amara Squad. That's just how it should be working. Slapped them boys up in the debate over Nubia, and they was like, this dude need to be a member.
Far too long, we've been depending on the Europeans to give us our story. Far too long, we've been trusting their translations. Far too long, we've been viewing our history through the eyes of the oppressor. And it's very, 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 very interesting to me. If you're a Christian, Muslim, or Hebrew, you have a certain standpoint of view, meaning where you stand and how you view the world. If you're a Christian, Muslim, or Hebrew, you have an idea and a concept based around monotheism, the one God. And so when you view other literature dealing with
This before YouTube,
quote-unquote
y'all.
God, you can only see it through the eyes that you have been taught.
Before we was on YouTube, tough.
You've been taught that God is outside of yourself and God is up there somewhere. And traditions. It places in, but it's invisible activity because it means wonderful.
All right, we're gonna let
we
people
should,
talk their
drop
talk, right? And see, you see, this is still shit I'm teaching. But all these change up artists, watch how they sound back then, bro. This shit gonna be crazy. And I don't even know what they about to say. I just know this shit, bro. Watch this.
It places importance on things that are cultural to a people. So if you're following a foreign religion, then you might not be important. So now we understand why the brothers and sisters in other religions don't respect Africa. They say, well, God is in every religion, Brother Ankh. Every language has a word for God, Brother Ankh, and there is only one God. What's good, bro?
We got to be able to describe, we got to distinguish what from what. It's a lot of, people, anybody, can, that term. So I like to say that sub-Saharan, below the Sahara, blue, black, southwest, sub-Saharan, African black power, that tells directly who we are. That's what we were taken from those coastlines.
Man, this shit, you can't make this shit up, bruh. I do this, son. I don't even have to be trying. Did you hear that? You see, I remember that blue-black African power. Who remember that section? These motherfuckers that went crazy. All you gotta do is listen to their own words when Smash play them. But in this damn show, I'm still about to be Smash Rock Wellington, his elegance, showing y'all what it do on this Norman palette. Casting went from saying that we them blue-back people from sub-Saharan Africa, that's who we are.
What's good, bro?
We got to be able to describe, we got to distinguish what from what. It's a lot of, people, anybody, can, that term. So I like to say that sub-Saharan, below the Sahara, blue, black, southwest, sub-Saharan, African black power, that tells directly who we are. That's what we were taken from those coastlines. The name is Gessi Ngozi, wonderful blessing. Ngozi means blessing in Igbo. Gessi, which sounds out as Jesse, but Gessi means wonderful. So we should, them drawing off that southwest demonstration. You know what I'm saying? As the Yoruba say, Odabo. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what it is,
well,
man.
To be fair, a lot of that was what he still says. He just got rid of the blue-black pride. He ain't on that no more. He ain't messing with black no more. But just be fair, he said some stuff about sub-Saharan and West Africa.
What it is, brother?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I said, I really appreciate you breaking down the understanding of the absolute. The Africans never knew God in the sense of the upper force. He had no contact with human affairs and nothing to do with human affairs. He had agents, which is the natural forces around us that we deal with every day, that we depend on. But the absolute itself, whether it's a Ludamari, Gainayama, Nebeche, Kulu Kulu, as they say in South Africa, Voodoo, as you just said, different names, or as they say, Akah, in certain parts of the continent, they don't know the absolute. They just know the expressions of it that's expressing itself at a lower rate in this finite reality that we experience. Even in science, they can't explain what causes quarks. There's certain things that's a mystery. Same thing with dark matter and dark energy. They bear witness to activity, but it's invisible activity because it's a lack of light. So since it's a lack of light that they can't see or comprehend, it's activity. They bear witness to particles, but they don't understand what is it and what type of elementary particles is doing this thing at its work. Same thing with dark energy. You know, there's some things about reality that we just don't understand, and that in itself is the question mark. And that's why the Cometians or the people in Kemet called it Amen Renef. His name is unknown, or he who real essence is unknown. It's the question mark to reality. They don't know what causes quarks. They know about the God particle, the Higgs boson, which is responsible for forming matter as a thread. You know, it's through the boson field, which is acceleration or accumulation of boson particles. But that's responsible for matter. But some things they just don't know. It does not end because we have to get past the elementary particles because it has a cause. That in itself is an effect. That's the building blocks to the physical reality that we experience. One dimension makes way for two dimensions. Two dimension makes way for three dimensions. The fourth dimension is a straight line, which is based off time. This is why we have to understand geometry and measurements, length, width, and depth. All that shit is important to the African. Physics itself, which is measuring the distance, range, and speed of things as accelerate. All that shit is important. All of it.
Everything is everything.
Everything is everything.
That is hijacking my show. I just want to read the normal
All
palette.
right, brother Ish, your line is open. Black African Power.
Black boy African Power. Peace, peace. I'm around squad up, family.
Man, I'm
brother,
around
squad up, man.
Yeah, peace, family. Peace,
bro.
big God.
Yes, sir.
What's up with brother Reggie? Hold on, let me pause.
Sir.
What up, Reggie?
Hey, brother Smash. What I do want to say is I want to thank you for your contribution, for your lifelong contribution, and your contribution to helping Africans understand things that have been erased from our memory or put in a way in which they thought that we could not find out. And again, I tell everybody during Kemet on Trial, which I took seriously as the author of the Kemet on Trial, to defend Africans, to defend that African civilization against the religious. It was a time that if we would have lost, we would have lost so much ground. And I searched for the best, smartest, fastest Medu Neter reader, not historian, not Kemetic priest, but the best, fastest, smartest reader of the Medu Neter, because the issue was always what the Africans said, the Africans of the Nile said. And so you give things to people who are worthy, and who am I to give some things to someone who's worthy? Well, I am the student of the people, of some of the greatest teachers of our time. There's not really one of the great teachers of our time that I didn't have any either direct conversations or correspondence with or sat in their lectures, except for Sheikh Anta Diop, who I heard many times on the phone, was scheduled to meet him in 86 in July, August, and he died, I think, February, March, something like that. And Dr. John Henry Clark was taking us to meet Sheikh Anta Diop. But I got a chance to sit at the feet, literally at the feet of Dr. Theophilo Banga for a lecture when he lectured to a private group, and there was no more seats. And so me and my brother Sekou is not here anymore. We walked to the front and we sat we sat in front of the chairs at his feet. And that was an incredible moment. The thing is that you're worthy. And I am a student that was, to be a student, you have to be worthy. And so I was just happy to help in this conversation about what the ancient Egyptians called themselves on your show, right? And I could tell you that Ankh is not worthy. I could tell you that Cedric is not worthy. I could tell you that Chef and Corey, they're reporters. They're new to this. right? So I'm not going to attack them, but I'm going to attack the minions in the so-called pseudo killers and community skeptics. They are not worthy, right? I never seen them with the greats. I never seen them, right? They may have tried to reach that, but they were not worthy, right? One thing about it is, when you do this work, before you cut me off, is character. It's character. We're not trying to hide the truth. When things go against us, we have to accept it. When the Shooterman report first came out, we had to accept it, and then look at it, and then wait for other scholars to come in and fix it for us, which they did. Sometimes it's time. Sometimes you live your whole life. You know how long Dr. Diop wrote his book in 1956. He wrote his book after 56. He was denied his first dissertation and had to rewrite for a second dissertation. Do you know that was crushing? And then the Metropolitan Museum of Art in 2023 honors him, right? There's a whole exhibition on him. But yet, the other groups of people go against their work. They don't call him the expert. They call him blackology. They're on the wrong side of the history and smash Rockwell. Hey, you were on the right side of history with all the rest of it. But the thing about it is, who is chosen to put the nail in a goddamn coffin, right? But they don't deserve it. They deserve just to be let out there and rot. So now, all this time, Egyptians weren't black. They ain't call themselves black, right? They ignore the Oxford Handbook, right? Where it says even ancient Egyptians could be black in American standards. But then we have Sonoran in a text that was not read by them, right? Missed by others, just missed, right? And by others. And then I was, even though I saw that Sonoran has said that, right? The question is, well, how do we prove it? Just because Sonoran said it, he could have said, he couldn't have, what if he didn't say it, right? Well, what do we do with the work? So like Osiris, for many, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. But for other people, it means a lot. It meant a lot for the ancient Egyptians to be like Osiris, to be Kem like Osiris, to be a Kemetiu, right? It meant something. But for these people, for their clicks and their giggles, right? They're on the wrong side of history with nothing to fight with yet. I heard Sister Juju say she has to read it for herself. No, it was in plain English. There's no more that you have to do, right? It was there. It's quick lines. He agreed with Diop. He said Kemet can mean black people, right? Kemet or Kamu.
Plus, it's one sentence. Why don't you just read it for yourself now?
It's just one sentence. Here's the expert. And then he just makes his issue on Kemetiu, right? Right? And then they go to this whole part of the hinterlands, and they don't understand that. And you know what that is? Not saying to Sister Juju, because she's new to this. She doesn't really know Medu Neter at all. She doesn't know that. I don't blame her, but I blame the people that put her on the course. What they did was damage Black people. It's a crime because they led them the wrong way because they simply wasn't smart enough. They didn't do the work. So in these short comments, that's my tribute to you and your work. No better show, right? Think about it. You launched this show with a title, and I smile and I says, okay, let me pull this up, right? And then you got me to the Sonoran statement, right? You was like, yeah, let's look what Sonoran said. I said, interesting. Okay, interesting. So the people who have been doing this work, the issue is whether it was there or not. I can't just agree that that a scholar says something. I have to look and verify myself. So it's taken 20 years of you doing hieroglyphics and metal nature, right? And it's taken me so many years of studying to get to a point where I could write. But then I look at these people, the Cedrics, the Ankhs, right? All those people, the Asar, Imhotep, right? Who said that Kemet does not mean black, it means riparian. The Ujawu, whose meta necha is very nice, but his comprehension on the words, not so much. Not so much. So
Wazir of Kim, scribe of the various greens that form the divine.
So you have other things to play and other things to talk about, but you and some others are all that African people actually have. You're the best. You're actually the best that our intelligent minds have created, the best. And then at the same time, on the opposite side is the worst. The people with no skills, no commitment to it, just for clicks and giggles. They thought they wanted to build platforms, but they find themselves on the wrong side of history. And people hate me. You know, I'm not liked. I mean, they talk about the way I speak and my eyes closing. They talk about my age. I'm happy to be 50, closing on 59 years old. But the difference is that the elders knew my name and welcomed me inside. And I tried to bring in people who were not worthy inside. Now I know, but at least I have some very good friends, you and Jedem Ankh, that you don't know in Ricketti School. But I have a Saw Ka. I have a lot of good friends. I'm sorry that I don't mention right now. Mention everybody, but I was just happy, and so now the internet is lighting up. Sure, you only got 111 views, right? And yesterday you only got a few more, but that is the spark that's going to now change our thinking and now push other people over the ledge. They fall because they never had an argument. They don't have the skill set, right? And so, and lots of people fall with them. Sean Inherit, he did a review of my book, and he came out that says it doesn't say that the Egyptians were black, at least my paper. But now the problem is that he's on the wrong side of history, because he tried to review my work, try to put in academia, and then he tried to write a book. But ultimately, all he did was just a review of my work. It's not ever going to be cited in a journal. You know why? Because those 2-3 sentences of Sonoran destroys it. And I know, Smash, you're like, man, like it was right there. It was easy to see. How come we didn't see it? Well, when the pupil is ready, the masters will appear and writings will appear, right? And it seems like it's just you're on the right course, and then you find what they call the Holy Grail, or the treasure on the other side of the rainbow. Now you are complete. So now you could do the rest of your work with ease. You could walk out. You could walk out now, right? So, how can I say? And I'm too old to walk out. My knees are bad, but you could walk out. So, pleasure serving you, uh, and pleasure serving our community. And I'll listen to the rest of the show.
Oh man, you said a lot of good things. I'm about to share the link. I don't think I ever pinned it. If people want to join, feel free to join the stream. I'm gonna play this while we're doing that.
It is that ish.
I'm gonna try to get to
I like to
where.
bring up trolls on Facebook because he's going to study geology.
I don't
Right,
know.
one way we can tell the difference between her,
All right.
information or like a workshop when we on the cutting edge, what I'm saying, the scholarship, we need participation of everybody to kick in on what they think we see. Right now, I'm going to place one of the best copies of the Norman palette that I have found.
Well, since we ain't got no video to this, I'm gonna table this. But in this video, we was reading the Norman palette a long time ago before I had ever seen, probably in scholarship somewhere deep in the scholarship they was doing that. But most of the videos out at that time on the Norman palette, no one thought that you could take the images we seen on there and just try to read them in a proto language or in a language that would eventually form into a script that would eventually form into what we know as the Manu Neter. But those symbols and the signs remain consistent up until the time of that we study. You know what I'm saying? Oh, hold on. What's up, Chris? You need to hop in. I mean, whenever you can, because this it's over about the Kemet and the black people. And so I would like to get your opinions, but let me see if I can. Where you at? You still there, Reggie?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna try to go back to this stream.
Which Chris? Which Chris? Which this?
Chris Withers.
That is an honorable brother.
I choose Wick.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Pop out chat. Oh, I just gotta pop out the chat. Then maybe I can share the link. Maybe I can share the link. Yeah,
with the price of just about everything inflating these days, you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of Mint Unlimited from 30.
Reggie, I would hate to be on that losing team, bro. Like, I really hate to have to go over there and do some fake ass shit just to act like, just because I got a stream, right? Now I'm not going to just be like, you know what? It's saying right here. I'm just going to think of something to make up just to keep streaming. I hate to be in that situation.
It started yesterday with, a sister who was part of that team that sometimes haha and kikis, and it's okay because some of it is entertainment. But when she said she has to read it for herself, that you could hear a rat pissing on cotton. It was like deep in the how can I say, in the farthest of the galaxies, right? Mm-hmm. That statement just how can I say, amazed me, right? Mm-hmm. It just one line, right? Mm-hmm. Right? And it shows that the people that she's been following, right, who said that Diop lost in UNESCO. Who the hell is he to say that Diop lost in UNESCO? And it's one line, just this one line, in UNESCO. You can't deny UNESCO. These are world scholars. You can't deny Sonoran, who is the best of his time, right? Mm-hmm. You can't deny talking to Diop, the best of our time, right? Of that time, for us, saying to designate Black people. I'm pausing for a reason. To designate Black people, the Egyptians, who are the black people, would have said Kemet or Kimmel, not Kemetu. In any case, they never used its adjective to indicate the black people of the African hinterland, whom they knew about from the time of the New Kingdom. Sonoran here, Sonoran here is not coherent.
Well, yes, he is. You got to think of the nature of the discourse they were having. So imagine them being all in public. He was interjecting on an argument between. I know you know this, but I'm just giving us some context. Since he's interjecting between Abdullah, who said that Kim don't even mean black, he first corrected him, and then he went on to address what Diop said about Kemetu, but he did not rival what Diop said about Kemet.
Let me explain what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain. When I mean he's not coherent, meaning the problem was he said to designate black people. Then he goes back to the word Egyptians, right? So now he knows now, right? Mm-hmm. He knows what the word means, but he still uses the word Egyptians.
But he said it clearly, because he said the Egyptians would have said Kemet. And he know everybody there knows Kemet is the name of Egypt. You see what I mean?
What he could have done was get rid of the word Egyptian.
But that's hard to do in this sense. Try saying that sentence without Egyptians there.
To designate black people, the Kemetu would have said Kemet or Kimmel, or he would have said to designate black people, the people of that land, right?
Yeah.
Would have said Kemet or Kimmel, not Kemetu.
I'm fine with what he said because the statement that we're looking for is right on the screen. Whether you say Egyptians or not, they would have said Kemet to designate black people. See what I mean?
Young Saber, I agree with you. Younger Saber, I agree with you. But we are getting ready to fight another war.
Which one? This one over. This one over.
The war is on the word Egyptian. That is a manufactured construct that stopped African people from naming their own places. So now
let's see what Chris thinks about this. So what we did was went back to what Sonoran actually said. And my memory said that he said to designate black people, the ancient Egyptians would have said Kimu. Yes. And I went and found Kimu too, but only as one individual. We talked about that. But when we come back and reread it, it literally says to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimu, not Kemetu. So we could table Kemetu because I would just agree with him since he already submitted to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet.
I have more work to do. I understand what your point is, right? I do understand what your point is, but I'll do a show today on Egyptian, on the word Egyptian. And I'll show the word Egyptian or Egyptos or Nile, right?
But what time your show start? An hour or 30 minutes?
No.
Because I'm going to go over there. What time you got it set up for?
No, about 6 or 6:30.
We can have people roll over there. We don't have to wait that long. I ain't got
I'm not going to do it to 6 or it's 3:21. So it's about 2 hours, 2.5 hours from now. And I have some other notes to add.
Okay.
I would have been doing it. But listen, sometimes it takes people a long time to understand what I am saying. That they took Africa from Africans when they started renaming places. But anyway, Chris Wizards is here. So Chris, so why don't you get back to Chris?
Peace.
What's up with you, Chris?
Not much, man. Chilling. Yeah. This is
So what do you say? What do you say, Chris, now to all the people like Ujjawa and to Asar Imhotep and to Ankh, which is not even on those people's level, right? What do you
Right.
say when they say we gotta nobody agrees with you, Smash. Nobody agrees with you, Brother Reggie. Nobody agrees with you, Chris, and that the ancient Egyptians didn't call themselves Black people. What do you say when Sonoran, who is the best Egyptologist that's accepted in UNESCO at that time, right? The only one that really could talk to Diop, right? What do you say now to those people who say that the Egyptians didn't call themselves Black people when Sonoran clarifies and it says to designate Black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet?
Right. Well, in this sentence, he's saying what they would have said, right? He's not saying that they necessarily collectively call themselves directly the Black people, right? I take from this, and then I'll just take the question. I take from this that he's saying that if they were to call themselves the Blacks, right, they would have to phrase it either Kemet or Kemu, and not the Nisbi, Kemet to
Which
I
they
don't
do.
I don't doubt the individuals, and it ain't even a doubt. You can see it associated themselves with the color Black for whatever reason. I don't necessarily think it always was talking about skin color. I still support a claim that I haven't heard too much that has something to do with divinity or something to do with primordial, the primordial God, if you will. You know what I'm saying? But and then certain individuals latched onto that term and called themselves that. But in terms of a racial group, I know, right? I'm using the word racial, but in terms of a group, I've never seen what actually just collectively call themselves, the Black people.
But he's saying right here, when we see Kemet and they translate it to Egyptians, it says that could be the destination right there.
No, right, and it could, right, absolutely. Yeah, it could be, but I've never seen it just used unless maybe you just kind of translate it in as the Black people. But I've never seen them like just call themselves the Black people of the Nile or the Black people of the land or the Black people of the, I never read anything like that. Again, you could say it in there though. You can put it in there like when they say, "I shall go down and visit and get beer from," instead of saying Egypt, which wouldn't be appropriate. I agree.
Okay,
I go down and get beer from the Black people. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, Chris, you never read my paper, right?
Actually, I did read your paper, Reggie. Wait, the one on the one on the bull?
Syncretism, yes.
No, I haven't read your paper. Oh no, my bad. I read Netanyahu's paper. I never read yours.
Okay. Netanyahu has So my journal article in the Pan-African journal article in the Journal of Pan-African Studies, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's called syncretism. It means a method of accurately translating Kemet to you and Kem. Where in that I do exactly what you say. I associate Kemet, right, to the counterparts, their belief system counterparts of the bulls, which is the Apis, the Bacchus, right? And that but at the minimum, right? I mean, at the minimum, you can do that. But my thinking is that Kemet means sacred Black people and not all Black people, and it is really tied. It's tied to the leadership of the hereditary, meaning there are going to be lots of people in this land, but only basically only a few are fit to actually be the rulers. And we look at the people based on the king. The kingship is the representation of the people, not the people, the representation of the land. It's always the king, right? And so when we stand before the chiefs of the Kemetiu like men, right? We are talking about the sacred Black people, right? But when we talk
can I just interject? I'm with you with the sacred, but because of the cattle was sacred, but more I see more or less just like are my people, basically. My Black. I mean, you know, like we
right. It's still kingship.
exactly.
It's still the
Yeah.
king is talking.
But you get that out of there. What Reggie's saying is because we see that the leader of these sacred Black people is the bull of bulls, right? And they're still cattle, and he's the bull of bulls, and he's the most sacred as equated to the grand bull of the Apis as well. And so, but I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, so we're saying the same thing. It's just that when I wrote the paper, this is my thinking. The king is the spokesperson of the people. The scribe just writes down what the scribe and the priest help the king at times, but the king's responsibility is to be spokesperson. So it's the king's authoritative voice. That's in my paper, right? And so when he's saying the Black people, he's saying he is the Psi Kem Sa Sit Kemet. He is the Black ram born of the Black sheep, right? So he's a spokesperson. He's special. And when I look at the people, I'm looking at the king. The king is the shepherd, right? It's his flock, right? It's not the flock that we look at. It's the king's flock, right? We do what the king says. So I don't think that we're saying it any differently. I'm just saying how I wrote my paper to deal with the question of what does Kemet mean? It not only means Black people, but as a character. It's a divinity. It's a sacred Black people. And that's the only caveat that my paper brings as we try to find out how do we best understand this word Kemet, right? So getting back to Chris now. So Chris, you had
well, let me lay this out in regard to what Chris said. And Corey also pointed out that Sonoran said they would have said this, but we only could address this statement in context of what was going on. They were in the middle of a symposium, and we're going to detail this real quick, how this went down. So right here, it says, turning to the subject of linguistics. So that's when they stopped talking about archaeology and they turned to linguistics. Abdullah stated that Kim did not mean Black, to refute something Diop said way earlier in the document when he laid out his initial. So he's saying that Kim didn't even mean Black. This is Professor Abdullah from the Sudan, if I'm correct. Now it says, he gave a linguistic demonstration in his turn to illustrate his theory, which differed from that of Professor Joe. So that's when he's trying to refute Diop real quick. He concluded that the Egyptian language was not purely African and it belonged to the Proto-Semitic group and could be abundantly demonstrated by supporting examples. Professor Abdullah considered that the linguistic examples given by Professor Jote were neither convincing nor conclusive, and that it was hazardous to make too uncompromising a correlation between the language and the ethnic structure or an individual. A comparison drawn between the dead languages and the living languages was bound to be inconclusive. The summary, so he wasn't even a linguist, and Sonoran about to check him, was bound to be inconclusive. The summaries which had been pointed out were fortuitous, and nothing was so far known. Sorry, I'm falling off. So far known of the evolution of ancient African languages. Okay, the evidence which had been given to support the theory of kinship was in fact more consistent with the theory of a spread of ancient Egyptian throughout Africa than of its kinship with present-day African languages. Excuse me. Why should it be assumed that the ancient Egyptian and Wolof were related but not ancient? So he launched his attack at Jote at the conference. Everybody else, if you read this book before that, was kind of like chiming in on how they could help Jote's argument. Even the reporter, the dude who was taking notes, like if you in court and they got the lady sitting over there doing shorthand, imagine if she just hop up in the middle of the trial because the prosecuting attorney doing so good and she contributes something. That literally happened in this document. Dude hopped up like, I know I ain't supposed to be saying that, but dude, I'm kind of right because I got some evidence from my own research. And you can find that in this text. But, and not to go too far off, we're pinpointing why he said what they would have said. Now, it says why Sanaran said what they would have said was Kemet to designate black people. Now, Abdullah hoped that the inquiry would be pursued in the strictest fashion. He considered it impossible to establish any automatic correlation between an ethnic group or social economic system and a language, or to reach scientifically valid conclusions by working on a large scale. There were almost no ambiguous example in history of major migrations accompanying major cultural transformations. Negro was not a clearly defined concept today as far as physical anthropologists were concerned. A skeleton, blah, blah, blah. This is the more of his argument, but I'm just showing you can clearly see he's the one refuting Jote here. Now, Professor Sanaran intervenes in the course of a lively exchange of views on linguistic matters between Professor Abdullah and Diop and stated that the Egyptian Kim feminine meant black. So this is why I'm pointing out the context of this, because he first stepped in to stop this stuff that Abdullah was doing and to agree with Jote, right? To say that Kemet meant, and he says the feminine KMT meant black, but he says the masculine plural was Kimu. See, this is what I remember reading the first time. The masculine plural was Kimu and the feminine plural was Kimnet. Now let's continue, because now he's going to say what he don't agree with Diop about. The form Kemet to you could mean only two things: those of Kemet, the inhabitants of Kemet, literally the black country. Now he's going to let you know his take on the black country as he continues. It says, well, maybe you can get that out of this, but that's not the focus. It says, it was a derived adjective nivzur formed from a geographical term which had become a proper name, and it was not necessarily felt with its original meaning. So he's trying to say the blackness ain't really there no more in the Kemet to you, and it's just felt as the black country. I get, if somebody's getting something else out of that, let me know. Now it says, then he says, to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimu, not Kemet to you. Now looking at the context that he was intervening with a dude in this context, and after Diop had already said Kemet, the name of Egypt means black people, he laid that out already. So this is an agreement to something that Diop says earlier, and I'm going to show y'all that. It says to designate black people, the Egyptians would have said Kemet or Kimu. So this isn't exactly the wood of probability that we're trying to so-called make it into, because somebody already stated in his argument that they definitively did that. So now he's choosing between the options and saying, no, they would have said Kemet. So I'm going to go up earlier to when Diop was laying that part out so that we could see exactly all about this. See how this all turns out. But this was even before he was laid it out in his preliminary, so to speak. And so, so that's what, I don't know if that context helps us a bit, but it's the way that I take it to say that he was saying that to say that what Diop was saying is kind of like on point.
Right, that's the way they would have said it, right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So this is when Diop laid it out initially. Let's see how it was initially laid out. Professor Diop would turn his attention to the way the Egyptians described themselves. They use only one word for this purpose, Kemet. So now let's put this the same way Hebrew Israelites, they go to one verse and they go to the other one. If you take this one and put it next to Sanaran's verse, we can clearly see what's being said. Because Diop said they did that. He's taking the wood out of it. Sanaran got a wood in there because he's choosing between the options of two, Abdullah's statements and Diop's statements. And he's saying, nah, they would have said Kemet. And this is what Diop already said. For instance, let's read it. Professor Jote, when turned his attention to the way the Egyptians describe themselves, they use only one word for this person, Kemet. He didn't say Kemet to you until later. He says the strongest term existed in the language of the pharaohs to indicate blackness, which was translated by Professor Diop as Negroes. He said this in front of Sir Salaran. And then Sir Salaran turned back and said to designate black people, they would have said Kemet. But they didn't use this for black people in the hinterland. Who talking about black people in the hinterland? The funniest part is we're talking about black people in Kemet. And so it's crazy.
Yeah, but I think a lot of times when people say that, like when they show the glyph with the people, a lot of times, even though they write it as Kemet, the people who push that Kemetu means the black people normally Kemet, it's really Kemetu.
Yeah, so that's a mistake. I've committed that mistake because I did not realize that I didn't even have to do that. And since the scholarship, since I want to lean on Salaran saying that it's actually Kemet, then I also have to take where he say it's not Kemetu, right?
Mm-hmm.
But let's notice that Diop actually has two different separate definitions for Kemet and Kemetu. And it's kind of like
what's that footnote? They put a one by Kemet. What's the footnote? The footnote one.
Probably say the Negroes.
This word gave rise to the term Hamite, which has been used subsequently. It is found in the Bible in the form of Ham. That's yeah. So they're basically saying that the Hamitic stuff come from Kemet. So he basically showing something about the blackness, I guess.
It's funny, matter of fact, the word Ham means dumb, actually.
I know, I looked at that too, ignorant of one who does not know. Kim Cam is the one who don't know Egypt or something.
Okay, so Chris, Kim is designated to be the Negroes, meaning black people, right? In Diop's. Kemetu is designated to be the word that we use as Egyptians, meaning the whole people, the people of the state.
The inhabitants of the black country, as Salaran put it.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, which is so the word that we use Egyptian is, we shouldn't be using the word Egyptian. We should be using the word Kemetu. That every time we say Egyptian, we should say Kemetu. And that was the other part of the conversation, right?
Or Remech, absolutely.
Yeah, or Remech. Remech is way more common than Kemetu, but Remech is kind of generic. I'm wrong?
You're not correct.
All right, fix that for me.
Because foreigners would be Remech too, right?
Yeah, it's generic for
designated Kemet. So Diop says, if you go back up, Diop says Kemetu as opposed to foreigners.
Oh,
right?
Remech ain't a tribe, basically. Remech could be, Remech, if you just Remech, you ain't just Egyptian.
Right.
So I hear what you're saying. Remech is just a human being, right?
That's correct. Right. Or it could be a citizen. So they say
Remech in Kemet.
Right. So now when you're doing that, you're talking
about
people
belonging to the black land.
Right. Who are the black people?
Well,
right?
People belonging to the black land, but the
black, it's not land.
So, but here's the thing: people belonging to the black country, right? But here's the thing: I'm saying that the argument, it doesn't start by that statement. The argument is, why is it called the black land? Then that's the other argument. But we can say it's the people of the black land or country, but I'm with country or town or whatever. But I'm thinking the argument that you think that I'm saying ain't this one. It's if we was to start defining why is it called the black land? Is it because of the silk or the people?
Right. But when
you feel what I mean? So I'm not close, but I'm gonna end my quick interruption by saying I told him if you Google the word silk, not Google, but if you search UNESCO for the word silk, it's not in the document. Meaning no one was bold enough to stand in Diop face at that conference and run that shit that they run on y'all every day. Like, oh, it's black because of the silk. They wasn't even about to even try that.
No.
As we see here. Now I can find another word for it, soil.
Sand, soil, right.
The nature of the soil, the climate. Let's see if anybody mount an argument about fertile soil. But you could talk. It's 7 soils in this book.
Well, I have a metaphor of Egyptians that when they said that there's millions of that the land looks like the sand looks like millions of cattle, right? So they did a metaphor of the sand with cattle, right? So they gave sand a character related to their cattle herds, and they in their farmland. I mean, sorry, their temple. Watch this. Not just any cows, but the sacred cows, the temple cows. I'll show that. But the reason why I try to go back and forth with you, Smash, on that is because the word, when we say black land, right? Now we have a different connotation, obviously, now, but that muddies the argument. That makes it circular.
Oh, yeah, okay, I'm not doing that. I'm with you 100%. And now I'm going to tell you, you said what your next research is. The next thing I'm about to dismantle for Egyptology, I might have to write a whole book on it, is this relationship between every time they say it's the black land, I'm not referring to what we're doing now. Every time they say in the dictionary that it's the black land, they always say that it refers to the Fertile Nile silk. Right. So that's my next, and I want to have that too. Let's use all of our source material. I've been asking for the longest, and we've been looking and trying. Where's the primary on that? Who said that? Here's I'm even opening up the gates and making it more lenient. Just find a text where somebody even talking about the soil like that. Like, hey, yo, I'm about to put these seeds in the soil. It ain't even got to be divine or nothing. Find that text, and we can read it and then start to probe the importance of what the person is talking about.
It's a convention, like Egypt.
I'm gonna do it right now for us, but go ahead. While y'all talking, we're gonna look at some.
I think it's a convention.
Yeah, it's just a convention. It's the same with the naming of Egyptian. Egyptian is named by Hecapata, right? But that's just convention, right? We know the Patahs in Egypt because Egyptos.
Real quick, this word for soil is a Semitic loan word. It's only 4 attestations. That's what I be talking about. I damn near ain't gonna look at them because it's a Semitic loan word and it's only 4. But keep going, Reggie. I'm gonna put sand.
So what we're at is the point of taking back the civilization completely, because it has been Greekified and there's all these conventions.
Reggie.
So
this is the sand that Khnum, see, we all think Khnum made man out of the clay, but when we go read Esna, we find that tale there says he made a man out of the nest from a mound, right? Out of this nest.
Well, fine sand is clay.
Yep, exactly. So that's good to know. Sand. That's very good to know. And so this is the clay that he made him out of. But look, we got 5 attestations of that. So that's what I'm saying. If it was so important and stuff, man, we have more attestations. And we look to the 5, well, it's not French, I don't think. Pages.
I say you'll find more relationship with the land in reference to water and wetness than you would to black silk.
And so this is my point. I'm trying to make that point. And even if you couple that with Plutarch's statement that they said Osiris was moisture as opposed to the red desert that's arid. And so my other thing that I had to think of, I was falling asleep and this popped in my head that when I water my plants and they don't need water, they don't turn a different color. They still are black compost. So if we think of the 3 seasons of Kemet, right, Peret, Aket, and Shimu, we would say that Peret is when things come forward, Shimu being the summer. So what, Aket is the flood season? Well, whatever we know, one of the seasons being the flood season. My point is that when it's not flood season, do we think that the black soil turned into something else? Or was it still black and just dry?
No, well, yeah, you wouldn't see it. It would be the green.
No, wait, help me out with that.
When there's a flood season and then it's the harvesting season, so So
oh yeah, you talk about the vegetation that grew out of it would be green, but what would it still be? Like when it's not
right.
Like
Yeah,
I'm talking about in the season when they're waiting for a replenishing of it. It's just like before you water your plants that are in compost. They get darker when they're wet because of the moisture, but they still black before you water them. Now, if you let it go for too long, it might brown out a bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
But it's never going to turn. It's never a point where that soil turns into the red land. And so I'm only making this point to say that they wasn't waiting for the blackness to come. They was waiting for the areas that was already blackened, called Kemet, to be rejuvenated with the minerals that come out of the flood. And that's why we always hear them talk about, there is words for the shallow spread of water that's over the mud, but it ain't hella reference to what we call the mud as much as Egyptologists make. Like, I'm not saying it ain't there, but I'm saying Egyptologists, every time they say Kemet, they act like it was people running around, oh, let's praise the Nile suit. Oh, the Nile suit. I'm like, man, they made that whole, that's just imaginary.
They would have made it out of a god if it was something that they were, I think, it's something they were seeing on a daily basis.
Exactly. And so we get the closest connection I heard, and I had to dig it up, is definitely not a popular epithet for Khnum, but they say Khnum is the god of the Nile suit. When I looked into that, I challenged us to find what word, because I only got secondaries on that. You feel me? I couldn't find no primary where Khnum is called the god of the Nile suit. But and he's also the lord of the cataract. And so now if we attack, those two things are kind of crazy together, but I can't get this language to translate for some reason. It must not be German. It must be French. Well, one of them translated.
Can I just show this one?
That's French.
I'll go right here. I'm taking the screen off.
All right. So I just want to share this. So we do have this. Here it goes right here. We do have this. It's significant. People can make it not significant. I understand, but we do have this here. So we have this, where we have this clause, this A and B. A is like B clause, right? A metaphor. It's the temple cattle, or like riverbank sand, right? They number in the millions, right? Which I like because they draw a metaphor away from this so-called black silt, whereas I don't have any direct association to the black silt. I do have it with the temple cattle, and that's I do have the sand, right? I do have the sand like the riverbank sand, right? I do have the cattle like the riverbank sand. So here I have, where there's nothing with the black silt, I do have it with the cattle. So that's all I want to show.
Reggie.
Yes.
If we put our hand over the translation at the bottom, and if someone saw this and they saw Kim Sin Hehehu,
yes,
and if they were so bent on just trying to make it out of being black people, they could say they blacks in the thousands.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. Well, the only thing is right here. This Kim right here, right? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this Kim right here is like they're making it like counting, right? This Kim.
They number, right? They number in the thousands.
They number right in the thousand.
And total.
But watch this.
Total.
But watch but watch this. Think about what they're saying. They're saying the temple cattle, right? And think about this.
And just real quick, that say something about the sand too. I just want to note it because it's funny that you popped up something with the sand right while we talking. But notice they ain't got no reference to it. They just saying they like riverbank sand. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they are like? No, because the Meta-Nature says that.
Yeah, definitely. But I was talking about what we were saying about the sand earlier.
Oh, okay.
About the black silk.
Right. So, but watch this. Kim, right, is related, even cattle counts is still related to the concept of the cattle count, and the sacred the sacred cattle is the black bulls. So all these words, Kim and the other word, Kemet, right? Kemet is compilations. All of those things are related still to their divine cattle count, right? Counting is relating to the cattle count, right? Which is sacred. And in particular cattle count, the most sacred of the cattle is the black cattle. So Kim, to me, is still related to the cattle count, right?
Absolutely.
So, I agree. Yes. Okay, thank you.
But you know, just when totaling the cattle count, they would say Kim as in it's complete or it's totaled up.
Or perfect. It's still related to the black, it's still related to the black cattle.
Right, but I think what Matt's trying to say too is that the cattle don't necessarily have to be the solid black cattle, because if you go back and look at the word they use for cattle, min-minet is just kind of a generic word for bovine, the cattle.
No, I got that. Right. But it becomes a stand-in for all cattle.
Yes.
Because because the perfect cattle is the black cattle.
Right.
The perfect cattle is the sacred cattle. So all other cattle is a stand-in for the most sacred of the cattle.
Right, the min-minet.
Right. So those.
No, but I think that sentence is a perfect example too of showing how the word Kim there is being used other than on its surface, on its face, having to do with just the color black, right? And that sentence you just showed, and that phrase you just showed, it's a mathematical. It's dealing with numbers. It's dealing with totality, numbering, etc.
Perfect. Right. That right.
So Reggie, we ain't got nothing for the silk. Like the silk gonna be that easy to dismantle? I mean, it gotta be some text they referring to when they say.
No, it's a convention.
Yeah, I don't think there's no text for silk.
So why is we accepting that convention when they say that that's the explanation to the black land?
That's why you are chosen. You are Setep, right? Setep and Ra. We are chosen to Chris, yourself, myself, Jedemark, Saw. We're chosen to ask the questions because we have the skill set to ask the questions, right? To take away the conventions. When you ask them, when you ask the Egyptologists this question, they begin to regurgitate. And this is we're doing what Diop did to Abdullah, right? We're like, no. And then real Egyptologists would step in like Sanaran and says, no. You're going too far, Abdallah. I gotta make a stand. So once you make the argument and you ask where the primaries, and there are no primaries, then you get to the convention, right? And then you could just call it for what it is. You have a religion. Your religion is that it's connected to the silt. That's your religion. That's your belief. But you have nothing to back it up, right? So you can't make it so. What we're trying to do is we're looking for evidence to make it so. You believe in God, fine. I got you. Okay. What I want to see is evidence of a God. That's what I want to see, right? So you keep your belief, right? But your belief, but I'm gonna make you look silly because it's only a belief.
Ask ChatGPT. Like what?
Yeah, I think still is just a buzzword for TV shows and non research people textbooks.
Yeah, I think that's like their way to just write something off so we wouldn't have to trip. Like, oh, that's
popular. Nobody translated as black silt because of the black silt of the land. They'll say black land, but they don't go into all this commentary about silt and the fertileness of the banks and all. I haven't seen none of that.
That's what I'm saying. Now, honestly, I got it all in my book, right? But I mean, to keep it real, when referring to it, I like to open it up so I won't miscite nothing for people, right? And so it's kind of like in my Kemet to You chapter, so hopefully people could eventually. And I'm saying if somebody just need me
it's on
to
Amazon
send,
Smash.
Yep, it's on Amazon. But if somebody just need me to send them a copy, it's nothing. I got promotional copies, and I also got for people who are hustlers like myself. If you need to get out there on your table and you need a good fine product, I can get you some books for the cheap. Like what I'm saying. I figure that's appropriate to do because we got certain people who are vendors who probably would want to table a good product like this. And so that means I could get that. I just double what I make. I mean, double what I manufacture for, and that'll still leave space for them to make like double their money too. So anyway, I'm a businessman by nature, and I feel like having opportunities for average people can't be looked at as a bad thing. But in this chapter, I start to detail how I come to my. Earlier I say this, I do agree about the Black collective and Black people, and I'm glad that we got the Sonoran, but I didn't source Sonoran in my book. So if somebody attack me, I just pull up the Sonoran. I start showing what I always show in my book, and I got all this stuff cited and stuff, but we're gonna get to a particular instance that I want to refer to some of this. Just because it's these things about Khnum when we're referring to the silk. And every time I go back to the site, it's hard for me to pull up these texts. And so this is when Khnum was called making man. And we went over this a few times, but I just want to reference some of these terms. It says, regarding Par Khnum of the field, and this is the quote I'm reading of Esna 3. Regarding Par Khnum of the field is called shakat. Is the same type of a term that was used in the eloquent peasant when that farmer, they called him a shaketi. And we've been talking about nisbas all the time. So shaketi is one related to farms or one related to fields, just for the people to see. And so I was trying to share the link again, but of the Zoom. Hold on. Let me see if I can pin it from right there. Anyway, so look, it says, regarding Par Khnum of the Shaketi, it is the land of happy. It arose, and arose is Sheki, S-X-I. Or you see an H there, but it's Sheki. It says, from the Shaket flood. Now this is crazy, right? Because this is what we all talking about, and this is the closest we about to see to something saying something, but they're not even about to go in about the silk, because he's about to make man, and eventually, and we'll just read it. It says, the noon waters were driven out, meaning the primordial waters is drawn up out of there, and the sand was molded into a ayat, which is another word to say field. But let's be clear, resulting in the initial mound. Now they say field in the translation. If you go look at my writing, I don't know if I'm going to result it, but yeah, it says resulting. It says the verb for molded here is ben, right? And the field is ayat. Now we know this ayat word is the same word that they used for Kemet to say a mound, right? And if I look at, let me go to the TLA so people can see ayat. All right, it's gonna look like yart, J-A-T. It's gonna be a mound.
Smash. Did you mean the word? I know ayat means a mountain or a hill, but in your text it says achet.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me see. Let me write that there. Also, just to be clear, this does say achet. So let's be clear. This, as everybody can see, this ain't nothing I wrote right here. This is and it's sourced down there from the TLA. So that's how I can make that mistake. Yeah, it says achet right there. And so I was talking about ayat. But the reason why is because I'm talking about this. Just for
initial mound.
Yeah,
okay.
Initial mound. But I think I showed that here because to be clear, right here, I wrote on it, I said the field is achet. But then we
Yes.
talk about after
Got it.
which the following reads, Imquet Tepet, resulting in initial mound. Now let's slow down because they didn't even use right here. They don't say what their word mound is. I had to provide that just with the transliteration. I wonder if I probably could have put that in there. But basically, I went into the TLA and found the transliteration and show people. Now the term from the soil is this Nisu sand, and this was the first substance that emerged from the primordial waters of Noon at Esna when we read, he who builds humans, who made the gods, who modeled, everybody upon his potter's wheel. And I did provide the transliteration for that one. And it says, it arose, Shiat, from the, Sheki, it arose, Sheki, from the Shiat flood. Again, if people are getting lost, we're trying to find importance of this silt somewhere. And just to show some type of at least honesty that I at least put the closest things that I found about it, but it still don't really show that. It says, this should be seen as a spin on the epithet of Khnum, the Lord of the Fields, and I quoted Sonoron's book. It says, first, the top part stretched out, the Noon waters were driven out, representing receding floodwaters exposing the now silt. So that's me even saying that, okay, we can see them, like if they say that these waters were driven out, this silt is get exposed, because next we read, and the sand was molded into the Ayat field, resulting in the initial mound. So the initial mound to them is the initial place of people population, basically, the first spot. They talk about Panum doing stuff on the initial mound. I just messed some stuff up. Hold on. This is already written and submitted, and finalized. But anyway, so I don't know. I'll stop here and just let y'all go. But it continues. It says, well, let me just continue so this could be more conclusive. This shows a direct link between the black sand soil silt left by the now deposits and the creations of man. Now, it don't call it Kemet. Scholars claim that this black fertile soil was the soil that caused the area to be known as Kemet, the Black Land. This brings into question the name of Kemet arriving in the 12th dynasty. Why the need for a new name of the country to emerge in the 12th dynasty? Especially if the flood didn't start happening in the 12th dynasty. But I just want to share some of the stuff and just to go over what Khnum's process of making man and the process of creation coming into existence. It was a little bit about, the sand word still didn't pop up yet. It's going to be later. It's the nest word when he starts to mold man. But they did say various things. Now, if this was all I had to say, they be talking about the now suit, then I don't know where they get that from. I am going to ask ChatGPT real quick. Oh, no, you want to know what I want to do, Chris? Because when we was talking about Nisbas yesterday, you were saying some very strong things. But then I started going back over my research, and I got some questions that I need you to clarify for me. Because I can't agree that when you form a Nisba, it's not saying that the person is that color. And that is proven with the name of Kemi, and it's also proven with the name of Jasherti, the red one, right? And so I know that these are not individuals, but the grammar don't have nothing in to denote whether you're talking about a natural root or a person. That's going to be denoted by determinatives. And so when I come to these, Jasherti, who is red? This is a nisba formed on the color red, which did not divorce the redness. That's what's making it so hard for me to agree that when it comes to Kemet, it don't mean a black one. When we actually have attestations that say Kemi Wasser was the black one, then that same Kemi that we find on personal names are the black one too, or they have a chance to be the black one too. But if we look at all of this list of Jashertis, if we follow in this rule, this qualifies that a nisba does relate the person that's formed out of the color adjective to the color.
Right. It relates it to it, but it's not it itself though.
It is. He's a red man.
But only insofar as anger, not that his skin is red.
Well, so that's the top one. But the second one is a red man, and the third one clarified a red person located in the house of red linen. So these people are this color.
Now, right, and I see how it's translated. Right, I see it translated as a red man. But my only problem is that that's not a Nisbe translation. Red man is not the translation of a Nisbe. Red man would be a translation of a descriptive adjective.
A red one,
not descriptive,
right?
Or a red one would be a participle usage of it. But in terms of red man, that's actually if you translated that back into Metanetia, it would not say Giserti. So I think that's why they update these things on the TLA, because people are jungle and fumbling, bumbling participles, Nisbes, and descriptive adjectives. They're translating them all as though they're the same thing when they're not the same thing. So it's like for example, Giserti, right? Mm-hmm. Who is red? Mm-hmm. If you put your finger over angry Set, somebody would say that's a participle. That's an active participle, right? Where the subject is inherently in the word. Right now, if you put your hand over who is red and told a student, say, how do you translate Giserti? They'll say, oh, one who relates to something that is red.
But that's unfair because they wrote angry Seth in order so that you have to say if you put your finger over. No one's going to put their finger over, so they clarifying that it's not what you're saying. They're showing that it's angry Seth in that instance.
Right. Yeah, I think that we got to be careful sometimes when we translate these words, we nouns, our adjectives and all that, and we just kind of group them all together as though they're the same thing. But red man does not translate back into a Nisbe.
Okay, that's fine. Not. I mean, I don't think that's discrediting what's on the screen though. But that's just a grammatical nuance that you pointing out right now. But let's take away their translations. You know what I'm saying? Because we could read it ourselves. And if you sing Giserti,
can I say this?
Go ahead.
All right. So I don't know why I'm getting blocked. I gotta force myself, right? So Seb's followers or the red ones. Why are you laughing? I could laugh too. Why are you laughing?
No, that's
yeah, but Set is the illusion of Set being red is not his skin, it's his hair. If you look at any depiction of Set being called the red one, it relates more to him having
but I'm talking about his followers, right? So you can go back to let me just pull up while y'all chuckle and laugh. Let me just go.
No, I think you misheard something, Reggie. You tripping.
Yeah, no, you're going too far, man.
You misheard something.
We can play back the audio. You can play back.
Nobody was chuckling for real.
It's not a shot, Reggie. Relax, man. It's not a shot. It's not a shot at you.
No, I'm just okay. No.
I don't get down like that. I don't know about nobody else. I don't do soft shots like that. Yeah, that's not what I do.
Okay. Y'all can continue.
So you hear that stuff in the background, Reggie? That's what you heard.
No.
And then laugh in the back.
Oh, well, that's what I heard. I thought that's right. Anyway, let's just move on. I'm sorry. So, are you about to share your screen?
No, I'm gonna find it in a second.
So. All right. So, in light of everything Chris just said, I kind of felt that way a little bit too. And so, in my book, I only used this one, just shared to you, right? And I pointed out how this person ain't a red person, right? But the scholar translated that this person is a victim, so it is a person, and they're covered in blood. Now we have a root, which means blood. We don't even have to do the red. And this person is still tied to the root by the fact that they're saying that it's a bloody victim or one. Now, this couldn't even really, I mean, you could say one related to the blood, but that's not really telling us who this person is. This person is bloody, and they got victimized, and so as a result, they bloody, and we're getting just shared to you. My only thing I pointed out, I wasn't saying nothing. I used Meeks to say that this said bloody victims, right? And I'm trying to illustrate that they are still referencing the redness here to indicate the person. But it's not me. I mean, again, what you say about Jasherity, it falls apart when we look at Kemet. I mean, when we look at Kimmy.
Hold on, Smash. Go back to that slide you just on before. It has something about red linen. Look at how they write red linen down.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about that too. And so one thing that we notice is they use to me, that makes it even stronger, but I don't know if this is in the profile. Oh, here we go. When they talk about red linen, right here we go. Again, I think. Now, they use a term that is actually this Ines or whatever, Genesi, this is actually a term for a red linen fabric, which is hella crazy. Right. So this indicated to me more that they wanted to get the red out of this Jasherti, because in the sentence, they didn't even use Jasher. The second time, they wanted us to think red. They went to a fabric that is made out of red linen. And if we look this up, it's just going to say a red linen fabric. And so to me, I'm like, well, they want us to see the red hella much because they used the red twice. Now, when we come down to Kemet or Kemet, oh, you know what? It's more people in the stream, Reggie, than I thought. So you might have heard what you heard. I thought it was only me, you, and Chris here at first. You feel me? And I mean, I've been letting. It's oh no, I'm just thinking back. I was like, I know Chris wouldn't be doing that, and I definitely wasn't doing that. And so yeah, but now I see it's more people. So you could have heard what you heard. So just to be clear, but so when we come to Kemet, notice how the color just is not there on any of them, and that was just part of what I was saying is kind of showing some grammatical inconsistencies. Now, where I said it was falsified ain't on the screen yet, so we could deal with that real quick. It was Kimmy. It's Kimmy. We all seen it before, but let's just look at it one more time. If what you say is true, then this ain't the black god, Kimmy. You feel what I'm saying? Wasser ain't the black god, and all the scholars who say that this mean this, because this is the same. So would the scholars mess this up too? So we was looking at transliteration, so the question is kind of unfair. I can't pose it that way. Now we're not looking at transliteration, and we're looking at glyphs. So I hope people didn't think you was talking about us. I knew exactly what you were saying when you were saying the scholars be fumbling and bumbling with the way that they translate some of those. I know exactly, and you're right. You could go into TLA, and one time is one way, and then another group of scholars do the next text, and they say it's another way. So I'm just straightening that out for people.
So look at this right here. For example, take this one, right? At first glance, someone would look at this and say that this is a Nisbi, and it's not a Nisbi.
Right. So Smash, quick question. So this one that you're showing, this Eddie.
Explain how it's not a Nisbi.
All right. So look, watch this. Another way to create a participle is by either using an uchik at the end or double reed leaves. So the verb to be blackened, right, or to be black, can also can convert it into a participle by putting a y on the end or reed leaves. So now that's how you get the black one.
A participle could be a nominal noun?
Yeah, but wouldn't that depend on syntax?
Hold on, let's let Chris answer that.
Yeah, no. It's not useful syntax, right? Standing alone, if you want to change a verb into a noun, right, or like an adjective, right? If you put the reed leaves on it, it becomes the entity now is included in it. So that's how you get the black one out of it.
So that's not a Nisbi?
Standing, that is not a Nisbi right there.
Oh, what's that? What is that?
A participle.
It's a participle now. But
so hold on. We didn't just take a color adjective and turn it into a noun?
No, we just took a verb and turned a verb into a noun.
How you figure that?
Act of turning black.
What verb is on the screen?
The verb kim.
Are you
Kemi.
arguing that Kim is a verb? What does it mean as a verb?
To be black. Or to blacken.
To be blackened. Yeah. So if you use it, and this is why I say
I think you're forcing that on them.
I'm not. No.
He's going off the rule, but I thought the rule would apply with the syntax in place. So if it's not, because you can say Kimmy and it be a nisba, but you can say Kimmy and it be the act of becoming darker.
So why doesn't your definition agree with the definition on the screen? That's not my definition.
It does. It does. The black one who is black. That's
so we don't disagree on the definition. We're disagreeing on the grammatical name of it.
No. I think what happens is sometimes we run away when we think about Nisbis. It's you attach a Y, you attach a Y, you attach a Y. Well, that's true when you want to convert a preposition or a noun into a relational adjective. But you can also convert verbs, right? Adjectival verbs. You also can create an adjective out of a verb. That happens to be called a participle. So it's
only you that's saying that this black used in here is a verb.
No.
Where is that stated?
Don't most nouns and adjectives in originally come from verbs?
I couldn't say yes to that.
Yeah, I'm saying yes to it. Yes. Yeah. A lot of the words that we see at their root, like for example, the TLA, you will find Kim as a verb.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. We understand that. I'm saying you are the one who decided that this rendition on Kimmy is a verb.
Only because of the way it's translated.
So the determinative here that makes it is the D3 is the hieroglyph.
Mm-hmm.
That makes it black is the D3.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, the adjective in the front makes it black. The hieroglyph determines who is talking.
You just said it was an adjective. He said it was a verb.
So the determinative.
See, that's what I'm trying to work out. Let's work that out real quick.
Yeah. So the adjective.
You said, you think it's an adjective. So you're contradicting what Chris said. He says it's a verb.
Yeah, that's why I say it's on the syntax, because syntax will change.
I agree with you, Asar.
But hold on. Morphology of a verb doesn't have to do with syntax. We're talking purely morphological feature of a verb, right? Or of a word. When you affix or when you decline a verb, right, with a certain morpheme, in this case, it has the reed leaf, right? It can change it from being a verb to a noun, or really, or like not a descriptive adjective or an adjective. So in this case, the black one, the way you translated it here.
No, I did not translate this. That's what I'm saying.
Well, this makes it even better then. This makes it even better. If the TLA translates this then as the black one, right? That's a more of a participial translation than a Nisby translation.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're gonna try to verify that. I can't really say, I'm not trying to say that's wrong. What I say is I'm about to try to verify that. Because basically all I'm thinking is we do know that now to become black is another word, another entry is kimim, but it's not just the same Kim. And so that should be addressed too. That if that's not the same word as Kim, it's kimim. It would have another M at the end. And so you saying the verb tense is the one that we find in the adjectival form most often. But this entry does have other stuff by it. Let's just see what they say. Because again, I'm not, like I said, I ain't the super grammarian. And normally when you talk about grammar, I'm learning something. So I'm trying to see if that's the case now. Let me see.
I usually agree with you too here, but because of the case of now, if like I said, because you see sentences where Kimmy blackens, in that act it's a verb because it's a physical act to blacken something by the sun, to blacken something.
If this was a verb, this would be one becoming black.
Right. So it'd be some type of sun. But in this case, it's just the black one speaking on a particular person or a noun or a thing. So it would have to depend on syntax in order to make it a nispa or to make it a non-nispa and a verb, because here it's adjectival, as you can see in the front.
So in this translation, where how do they get one at this translation?
About a nisba. That's when you form a nisba, the color turns to an entity. You add these two reed leaves and it turns to an entity. Now you have one. One represents an entity, a genderless entity.
Right. No, I hear you. So what's the difference? The difference between a relational adjective and an adjective? How they differ, or are they the same?
Well, a relational that sounds like you stated it in the way that it sounds like it defines itself. A adjective that's not relational won't be in relation to anything. Am I incorrect? An adjective of relation will be associated with a noun or something.
Right. So the relational adjective means that the object is not the adjective itself. It relates to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in the case of a regular adjective, of a descriptive adjective, right? Mm-hmm. The red house, right? The house is actually red. And a house could be a red house, or it could be something related to something that's red, maybe a desert or maybe the sun or something like that. It's
flamingo.
Not. It's not. It's not.
Oh. In the flamingo in the flamingo is the determinative in the desert, in the word deseret, right? That's actually determinative that makes it red, right?
That relates to the flamingos.
Just like this one, we have the D3 determinative that makes the woman that lets that know this is a black one. That makes it dark. So that's what I'm saying. In this right here, the determinative is the D3 glyph that's making this person dark, right? Black or black.
I don't think we're disputing whether or not the person is black, right? Yeah, I'm not disputing that. Yeah. No, absolutely not.
It's trying to figure out where did black come from?
Right now, we was having a grammar conversation of whether this was a nisba or not, basically.
Okay.
Am I correct? Am I wrong, Chris?
Yeah, no, you're right. But the only reason why I
show an example.
Sure, whenever you're ready. You always got the floor, Reggie. Don't ever slide it over here, baby. This is home base for you.
Once in a while. No, I appreciate that. All right. So let's see what Diop says. All right. Okay. So Diop does the same thing in the same book, UNESCO, the Divine Epithets, and then he's gonna talk about I guess he's going to talk about in this book. So, okay. So he gives some names, Kim Ware, right? Well, yeah. Well, I don't know. He says it's Kim Ware. Okay. So Warette, Kim Warette, right? Okay, Kim Warette. This one over here is the one that we're discussing. He says Kim's the black plus the name of the god. That's how he describes it. Then it's this one, Kemet, the black, and the name of a goddess, in this case. Then he goes over here, it says Kim Black, qualitative, is applied to Hathor, Apis, men, thoughts, right? So then he has Set, Kemet, the black woman, which is Isis. On the other hand, Seth is the sterile desert, is qualified by the term deseret, red, okay? The wild animals, right? Now, the wild animals which Horus fought. So these things to create civilization are qualified as desert equal red, especially the hippopotamus as an example. Similarly, the maleficent beings wiped out by Thoth or Des. So here he constructs the red ones. The red ones, right, or those wiped out by how can I say those are the ones that's right of thought that are wiped out, the ones, the red ones, right? The desert TU, right? Okay, this term is a grammatical converse of Kemet and as a construction follows the same rule for the formation of nisbis.
Let's slow down. So Kemet TU is a nisbi, but Kemet is not, or Kimti is not, or Kimi is not?
I think the issue is the concept of ones, right? Instead of one, right? I think that's the
the real big difference
Hold
as
on, I got
to.
another source that say that that's a Nisby. Hold on,
Okay.
you know I do sources, man.
All right, so let me stop sharing my screen. I was just going back to whether Diop is completely right or wrong, or Chris is putting some important nuances on it. But the desert TU or the red ones, and that is a Nisby by
So to be
Kemet.
fair, that's different than Kimmy, right? But it's close. It's the same structure, but we always got to point these things out for people.
Yeah.
That's a little different. But keep going.
No, I'm done. I just wanted to see if that helps.
All right, well, let's look at this one real quick because this don't seem to be contradicting what I'm saying. We're going to go to Daniel Selden.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah, talk on the Nisbys. He telling us right here, in Egyptian, now this ain't Kimmy, but it's formed the same way. So is this a verb too? It says, in Egyptian, Nisba adjectives have the same characteristic JI ending as their Semitic counterparts, but their usage is actually much more extensive. On the most basic level, the Egyptian place name Kemet, Egypt, gives rise to the Nisba adjective Kimti, meaning Egyptians. So I'm just trying to figure out where I'm going wrong with this. Yeah.
You're not. And that's why I say it depends on the syntax. If the syntax doesn't put Kemi as blackening something in a verb action format, then it's still a nisba, it's still an adjective, it's still descriptive. And so in the case of Kemi, the way you have it there, as it's describing the black nature, then it's descriptive. If we put
but
it
we
in
got
a
Kim when
sentence,
it's a verb as another lemma, as another Kim M. So I don't even know how that argument could be formed.
Well, why'd you skip over the other case? The case.
It even brings it in more.
Right.
Because he says, in fact, we have already encountered one ubiquitous nisba form, namely the genitival adjective derived from the preposition ni, to or for, in, to or for, preposition ni, who, which belongs to, adjective used to express relations to possessions. And it says, si ni Kemet, a man belonging to Kemet. In fact, another way to express the same concept altogether is through the substantive nisba Kimti, a man of Egypt. This does seem to be a nisba and doesn't seem to be based on a verb, which would make it other than a nisba.
it has to be an adjective because it's in the what's the name of the form?
It's a descriptive adjective here.
Yeah.
They're different, right? It's a descriptive adjective. Right, but in this case, though, the root here, Kim, is an adjective, though, in this case. The only reason why I said what I said was because of the way they translated from the TLA, right? And I said earlier that people do normally lump together Nisby adjectives and participles, right? And sometimes you probably can get away with that translated in that way, but then that could mess up a nuance or a certain something you're trying to pull out of the sentence.
But I was following you, but it's you who could teach me and others how not to do that, basically. You see, and that's what you pointing out now. But to me, it just don't seem like that this was a valid case of it. But just from you telling me that and having to answer your questions, don't think I was still learning, right, while we was doing it. But it just seems that what you was pointing out seems to be.
Hey, look, Smash. Look right here, for example, Kim T. Right? Again, if we put our hand over a man of Kemet, somebody coming in would immediately want to translate that as a black person or a black man or a black woman.
Well,
yeah,
I kind of want to do that.
It's in the vocative case, so you want to do that for sure. When it's vocative, it's going to make it that way. So it's. I'm trying to figure out how it could be any other way. Remember when we first pulled this rule up a long time ago, and we was trying to figure out any other way that it could be. But if it's vocative, the grammatical case,
but Chris could tell
is
us
the noun identifier. Yeah, so it identifies the noun or the person or the thing, which makes the adjective descriptive of the determiner, which is people in this case.
I mean, Sandro wrote me a long ass email on this. I'm gonna bring it up because he said I could share it. And so, I mean, I'm not just coming out the cut, like, you know what I'm saying?
No, Chris is always on point. We're gonna disagree on this. Syntax is what's gonna make it. I have another case though for Silk I want y'all to look at.
No, let's do that now. Yeah, because I'm fighting the Silk.
Yeah.
So if you
Yeah,
got
can
some
we?
Silk,
Yeah. Can we?
somebody just
Chris,
bought that book,
Chris,
man. Shout out
Chris,
to
can you
hold
give
on.
us? Can you give us a lesson, with examples?
Hey,
so
start
that,
doing some lessons on my show, Chris, if you will.
Yeah. I would like to see that because that would help me. That would help me a lot because
yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Yeah, not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. Yeah.
I speak broken English.
So really start with the stuff that we need to learn the most, in your opinion, I can't make some errors. You know what I'm saying? Like that, this what they be messing up for. If you do a presentation, then I'm gonna be like, oh, I did that hella times.
It's like calculus, man. This is like calculus.
Hey, so Chris, quick
question. We got some more J Mill photos hot off the press, but y'all go ahead. Let's see what these are.
Photos be hot, man. This dude.
This ain't luxury transportation. I don't know what this is. Okay, yeah. This is videos.
So
we're gonna look at this.
Okay.
No, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
I wanted to look at utterance 366.
Share the screen. We about to see what this do.
It's man, as he finds that. So the other day I went and looked at some photos of Queen's Tomb 52 that J Mill took.
Mm-hmm.
His photographs smash all the stuff that I saw
online. That's online, what I'm saying. Yo. Start a website like Osiris.net. It's just people like you, J Mill. They just take the pictures and then got the best website.
Because that's stuff we was working on the other day. I call myself finding it. Matter of fact, if you go to Thebian mapping project, they don't even have photographs of that particular tomb. Well, at least not like his. I had to go back to what the video you had and go through the timestamp.
That's what I'll be saying.
Yeah, no, J Mills, don't sell your stuff short. I see photos that you have to buy and they cost like $50. And I'm like, I gotta spend $50 for this one damn photo. And then if I want to publish it in a book, spend $250.
Oh, you just gave me some love.
Yeah.
I'm about to make some facsimiles of the J Mill photos. See, I be always gotta get my foot in the so I'm gonna sit here and we can put them in a nice package. You got the photos and the facsimiles. Come on now. All I gotta do is sit there and draw them out if I can get permission to see if he give me permission. Of course he gonna give me permission. Let me see. Yeah, make the facsimile. I sit there and just trace them all. Mine's gonna look. Who got an artistic hand? You got to give these guys credit, like Budge and all them dudes, because they also was kind of like artists too. Because their glyphs don't look that bad, do they?
Dr. Ben, sheesh. Dr. Ben's facsimile, see the Abu Simbel.
I'm looking for this Capo Chichi email.
Okay. I'm gonna have to leave. I have to prepare, so I'll just review the rest. But
so just for the record, I asked all scholars for permission. I tell them they retain the rights to the information, but I ain't the type like gonna share no private stuff. So just so y'all know, I asked him, could I share this with the community? And then he kept getting back at me with revisions. And so we can just go, we're gonna read it right off the email. Right? And he beat the brakes off these boys. So here we go right here. Was somebody else about this? No, you didn't share your thing first, Asar.
Yeah, I'm trying to find utterance through Pyramid Text 366. My original is on my other computer.
All right, well, while you looking for that, I'm gonna just share this Sandro email. We're talking about all the stuff we talking about now. Now, we got a cool correspondence going on, and he's even peer reviewing my book right now. But let me see. Oh no, this is him talking about Mboli. So let me find another section of this email. I'm gonna pull it off the screen real quick. He also wrote like a 26 pages when I asked him what's up with Mboli, y'all. Literally, what scholar gonna write you 26 pages that you take out of an email and it's 26 pages? I'm like, dang, dude tapped in. Here we go right here. And he, again, I don't have to show you where he said I could share this with people. My integrity is intact. So let's look. Let's go. All right. So This is what he says about all of our conversation on this Kemet stuff. Hold on. The etymology of Kemet is Kim black, the root word. This was my question to him. If so, how do scholars deduce this while eliminating the other KM consonant or word combinations as options for the root to the term Kemet? So if people can't understand my question, some people have raised and said the Kim is probably not the Kim that's black. Man, your brother hit me off like this. This is how a scholar respond to you. During the time of its use, the ancient Egyptian writing system did record the consonants of the ancient Egyptian language, but much more rarely is use of the vowels. For the language like English, a similar scenario could have led to the writing of words of read, 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 rod, rude, rad. In the same way, that is RD. The ancient Egyptian word for to be black, not to become, but to exist as, this is a noun, I'm just pointing it out. To be black, Kim, was written with signs implying its pronunciation with the same consonants as the word to be complete, Kim. The word Kim as a loan word from Northwest Semitic, and Kim to complain. One way to distinct, well, I'm just reading this to share, but he's not addressing directly what we're talking about. He's going to talk about how the Nisbas is formed. Do y'all mind if I read it, or y'all want me just to go straight to the Nisba part?
Good, but he said something important right there. He just
anybody can read it. Go ahead. You go. Take over, sir.
Okay. He verified something right before I start to get in. He just said that the word complete and the word for black, as we showed in the dictionaries, are the same and similar. One way to distinguish these words semantically in Egyptian was to add determinatives. Determinatives are figurative signs written at the end of the words. Determinatives have no phonetic value, but were useful to specify the meaning of the word. For example, the determinative for Kim, to be black, was most often the depiction of a lock of hair. We just saw that, which was typically black among ancient Egyptians. The determinative for Kim, to be complete, was often a scroll, the ancient version of a book, mostly symbolizing concepts and abstract ideas. The system of determinatives was, however, not rigid due to the different contexts the words were used and the text written, the longevity of the script, the great number of scribes, etc. For example, the use of the hair lock as a determiner for Kim to be black itself is not attested during the Old Kingdom or the first intermediate period. This means that if our corpus of ancient Egyptian literature was limited to the Old Kingdom, one wouldn't be able to base our analysis on the presence of the hair lock. Determinative, to distinguish words written Kim, meaning black, from other words written Kim. In those periods,
scroll up real quick. There you go. There you go. My bad.
There you go. After those periods, the aforementioned determinative hieroglyph was sometimes omitted or different. Kim, to be black, is then sometimes followed by the determinative of the scroll instead of the hair lock. That means they were using the scroll instead of the hair lock at times to determine black, thus potentially causing confusion with Kim, to be complete, say for the context, meaning you got to see it in the sentence. Like in English, nouns were often derived from ancient Egyptian color adjectives and predicates to refer to things or beings of this color.
So real quick, this is where I want to start saying that's why I brought this up, because he argues that Kim was a noun. I don't know if we passed that all the way completely, but this is still good information, and so that's why I brought it up. But I think we did that already. So yeah.
The fact that he just said that the scroll can also mean black, that deads a lot of stuff. Where we at? Like in English, nouns were often derived from ancient Egyptian color adjectives and predicates to refer to things or beings of this color. Red color adjective, I bought this red painting pigment at the painting shop. This guy is a red communist. Black color. I don't want my daughter to marry a black. He took that from the dictionary. Person of recent African descendant. The black one of two chess players. He won the game, etc. Green color. I left my club on the green area in a golf count. I bought greens, leaf vegetables, at the market, etc. When it came to the ancient Egyptian, those nouns referring to beings or things were often written without the main determinative of the color adjectives they were derived from. For example, the determinative of the hairlock is not attested for the nouns Kim, the black of the night, Kim, the black matter under the nails, Kim, black leather, Kemet, black cattle, and Kemet, Egypt. It is also rarely found for Kemet, pupil, black of the eye, which implies that if the one or few papyruses recording the hairlock determinative have been lost by the 19th to 20th century, one could not have argued that it was a reference to color if we only based our understanding of color related words on determinatives. So Asar Imhotep,
he killing them.
You might,
he
yeah,
killed
you need
the
to revamp your
now.
argument because remember you said it had to be the hair.
Exactly, he gave him perfect.
Just said the scroll.
But keep going. He banging him. Go ahead though.
My brother's
he's changed his view on that a while ago.
Yeah, okay. That's true. That's true. He did.
So that's our brother, you know. The example of the word for black of the eye can also help illustrate the precedence of some determinatives over others depending on the referent of the word. The word Kemet, black of the eye, is derived from a predicate adjective, Kim, whose determinative is either the hairlock or the scroll. When it refers to the part of the eye, which happens to be black, the determiner is that of an eye or an eyeball. The hairlock determiner is only occasionally used as a complement to the latter determinative. So they only use the hairlock as a complementary in this particular example. Since the hairlock determinative for the specific color is often absent, one can wonder how one can be sure that these words indeed refer to colors and are not just homonyms with different etymologies. How can one be sure? For example, that Kemet with the bovine determinative, you see the cow or the small calf, is actually a reference to the animal's color, not a different root, just like in English. Red and road, that Kemet with the land or city determinative is actually derived from the Kemet black feminine adjective. A first element of the answer is to look at the meaning and the context of the use of the noun. So you got to look at the sentence to determine how it's to be used. Often those nouns refer to identifiably black things. This reduces the possibility of two unrelated words with the same consonants being unrelated and having a related meaning by chance. For example, Kim, the color of the night, is visible as black due to the lack of light. Kim, the matter under the nails, is black as well. The land of Egypt was also considered black by its historical inhabitants before the modern period. Let's read that last sentence again. The land of Egypt was also considered black by its historical inhabitants before the modern period. This was noted by Egyptians in testimonies recorded in Latin and Coptic literature, respectively. The author of a Coptic text from Upper Egypt, for example, explained that Egypt was called Kemi, either because it is black Kem or because it was a Kemi Coptic word with the undetermined meaning. According to Plutarch, a 1st and 2nd century AD Latin writing Greek author, in addition, we name Egypt because its lands are black among all, like the black of the eye, Kemia. Similarly, in English, a communist activist called a red because of the known association of communism with the red color. A person of recent African ancestry is called black because of the dark skin that characterizes many of them. Leaf vegetables are called greens because of their mostly green color. Chris, you want to take over, my brother?
I can read it. Hold on. It says, often but not always, homonyms to color nouns are color neutral. unlike nouns derived from color words. This can help us to distinguish the two. For example, if we assume that Kemet, cattle, is etymologically and synchronically, yeah, and synchronically related to Kim to be black, one should expect to find some modification of it with some color adjective or predicate. While we have just share, how would you say that? Yeah, or yeah, just share, whatever. How would you say that? J, yeah?
Yeah, because the J would be the
Yeah, just share, red bull. We don't find Kemet Jesheret for red cattle, or Kemet for black cattle. So y'all understand what he's saying here? To me, he's giving an example that you can just say you don't have to duplicate Kim.
Kemet.
Exactly. You don't have to duplicate it because some of the things are, all right, basically, and let me just read it over. It says, often but not always, homonyms to color nouns are color neutral. All right, so something that is a homonym is something that sounds like it, right? Incorrect or correct?
No, you're correct.
I mean, I need the grammar people to let me know where
we were. Yeah, come on, Chris. Yeah.
That's so he's saying that homonyms to color nouns are color neutral, meaning let's just use the words we got. Kim, one is black, then we got a homonym that sound like it, Kim, complete.
Right.
And so in that instance, we see the homonym is color neutral. So he says, unlike nouns derived from color words. So the nouns derived from a color word is not color neutral. Unlike nouns, this is what we're scrutinizing here. Unlike nouns derived from color words. He said this can help us to distinguish the two. For example, if we assume that Kemet cattle is etymologically and synchronically, what? Dude, say that word. Synchronically. Right? Golly. And synchronically unrelated to Kim to be black, one should expect to find some modification of it with some color adjective or predicate. So let's slow down. Now he's saying, if we assume that Kemet cattle is etymologically and synchronically unrelated to Kim to be black, then we should expect to find some modification of it with a color adjective or predicate. Do we agree with that or disagree?
I agree. The
predicate
part takes care of the sentence part, right? Because the predicate essentially tells this is what the verb is doing. I am in the house or something like that. Yes.
So he says, while we have Jasher, red bull, we have that. We do not find Kemet Jesheret for red cattle. So he's showing that this Kemet for cattle, it has black in it intrinsically. But he said, or Kemet for black cattle. They're not going to say Kemet for black cattle because they're already saying Kemet and it's already saying black cattle. But similarly, if Kemet was a color neutral word for land like ta, one could expect it to be modified by some color adjective or predicate. Yet we have ta jasher, the red land, but no Kemet or Kemet jesheret for red land. Then y'all agree with that line of logic?
Yeah, he just explained what you saw in that one sentence where it said they were trying to say red twice, but you was reading in the TLA a little bit ago. They found another way to say, to give you the hint that it's red after they used the term.
Your mic is doing some dimming. It was like going down slowly.
Going down.
Yeah, so is what he kind of described right there is what you just read in the TLA, where that sentence was saying red, it was saying dishret, and then it wanted to say red again, but it didn't use dishret. It said dishret, and then it used I think it was another adjective. I can't remember the exact sentence.
Yeah, interesting. The word for red linen house. It said it says in English, the former type of combination is totally acceptable, e.g. A red rod, a red road, a black block of wood, a black bloke, etc. Now I think a black bloke is really a black person, right? And,
That's an English term for a guy. Yeah.
yeah, a black bloke. Yeah, okay. It says, yet we do hardly have, I know some blacks, or I left my club on the green. So he says another way to find out is to look at the context of the use of the word, where they are often used in the vicinity of other nouns written like other names of color, referring to similar things or beings. I really didn't understand that the way I read it. Somebody else want to read this? I couldn't get that sentence. Another way to find out is to look at the context of the use of the words, where they are often used in the vicinity of other nouns written like other names of color. Okay, referring to similar things or beings. They can often be substituted. They can often be substituted one to another in the phrase. Nisui F Kemet Haka F Jasharet. He is king of the black land. He governs the red land. We got M Rek Kemet M Washej Jasher. It says, do not recognize the black one, follower of Osiris, and do not greet the red one, follower of Seth. That's more attestation to when Brother Reggie said earlier that the followers of Seth are red and the followers of Osiris are black. But now it says, Emi Kemet Jesheret Ma'a, true overseer of the cattle, of the black cattle, true overseer of the black cattle in parentheses, and the red cattle in parentheses of the old kingdom official. It do say overseer of the black and the red, ma'a. Another piece of information can be found on the transcription of Egyptian words and contemporary scripts that transcribe vowels. Thanks to them, one can find Egyptian homonyms which share both vowels and consonants, which strongly reduce the possibility of chance similarities between those words. Plutarch, a Latin Greek ancient writer, provided critical information about the pronunciation of the word derived from Kim. He wrote, in addition, we name Egypt because its lands are black amongst all, like the black of the eye, Kemia. All right. It says, now when I ask for people for a primary or anything equating something to the source, I need something like this. But this is not a primary. Let's be clear. This is Plutarch. He's saying they naming Egypt because its lands are black amongst all, like the black of the eye, Kemia. So he's showing that he even knew about Kemet and stuff, but he said we naming Egypt. And he's about to break this down. The word for Egypt was thus pronounced Kemia at the end of the first century AD when Plutarch visited the country. He says, according to his Egyptian informants, it was called Kemia because it was black and was called like the black of the eye. That's what I said too. Like they related to the black of the eye before they say it's black, but they relate that to the black of the eye. It said it's noteworthy that they didn't know the people. Plutarch didn't. But it is noteworthy that Plutarch's informants made a link between the word for Egypt with the black of the eye of all black things. This is what I got this argument from Sandro, as y'all see, and I sourced him in my book, and he said it was all good. Why would they have made a link with the black under the nails, the black cattle, the black of the night, and black leather? The answer is simple. Out of all of those nouns, Kemet, the black of the eye, and the black land were the only ones derived from a feminine singular adjective meaning the black one. It says, while the feminine was marked by the final the adjectival category for the word was marked by the vowel E inserted between the root consonants KM. Only those two nouns derived from to be black could have been perfect homophones. So this is a real linguist for people who don't know the brother we're dealing with. I often show his Harvard credentials where they say he had a PhD before he even came to them. Then he came to get another one. Now here's something, because we talk about the West African, and every time I find my brothers who got some knowledge about West Africa, they do want to study Kemet too. Look, Sandro Capo Chichi, PhD candidate. This is through Harvard, but I'm going to show you he already had one. Candidate studying historical African arts with this focus on Benin areas of West Africa. So that's his focus. But he received his MA in art history and archaeology from the University of Paris Panthéon-Sorbonne in 2019. His dissertation, that's when he got his first PhD. His dissertation there dealt with, 18th, 19th century royal arts of the kingdom of Dahomey and their intersection with national identity, imperialism, and metaphysics. Now look, Sandro also received, past tense, a PhD in linguistics from the University de Paris 7 in 2019 and hopes to use this field of research to better understand African art history. So when we on here doing the meta nature, and he's perfect, he's the man. Now, this is the place that Harvard qualified him, but if you really want to go look how he's qualified in the world, he didn't put hands. And I'm just showing Sandro, so people can't throw away these, people can't just try to slander people. So let me show y'all this. Like this, the Diop of our time. I ain't going that far, but this brother is credentialed and he's saying what we saying. You feel
All
me?
we
Now
gotta
look.
do is go in or something.
Thank you. Let's look at his activities, because cats don't even got no activities and they saying we wrong. His research interest disciplines phonology, morphology, morphophonology, and morphosyntax. Ask a pseudo killer right now what's morphosyntax. Well, I can figure it out how syntax morphs, but they can too. So working languages.
Ask them the difference between a PhD and a certificate, since they looking at a doctor.
Oh yeah, they gonna mess that up. He gonna be banned from the show after that. He was given the reason to get kicked out. And so now he said, you said the PhD, if you don't come back with it, it's going to be crazy. It says Fangbe, right? I don't even know these languages. I'm going to mess them up. Go ahead and read that for us, brother. Sorry, you know the African language.
Fangbe, Gebi, Kwa, Niger, Congo, Egyptian, Coptic, and Afro-Asian.
So this is his working languages. Huh? Interestingly enough that they went there. Now, what about these activities? Would you do the honors?
2008 through 2011, Master of Linguistics, University Paris, 7th, Paris Diderot, title of thesis, Nasality in Fon at the Morphology Phonology Interface. Director Mr. Jean Lowenstein mentioned very good. That's what the director said. He's very good. 2011-2014 research and teaching grante at Paris Diderot University. He had participation in the LLACAN doctoral student seminars through 2011 through 12, December 7, 2011. The origin of the name of Yoruba divinity and its consequences for the history of the Gulf of Benin. So he's going in like that. For anybody who disrespects him or claims they're a Yoruba priest, you better holler at your mans. Participation in the Doctoral Students Day, UFR Linguistic, University Paris, 7 Paris Diderot, same school, comparative essay on the epenthetic strategies of Fon and Japanese. I got something from Japan. Participation in the reconstructing Proto-Niger So he helped in the reconstruction of Niger Congo as a language, because they're saying different things about Niger Congo as a language group. Gibi as a group of mixed languages. So he's helping in the structuring of the Gibi language. Its contribution to the reconstruction of Proto-Kwa and Proto-Benue Congo.
I'll take over. Participation in the Doctoral Students Day, and thank you. Participation in the Doctoral Students Day, UFR Linguistic, University Paris 567, yo. Paris Diderot attempted to explain the function of nominal prefixes of the font. So this is what I'm saying, bruh. Y'all talking about we gonna wait for the experts, and the experts is hitting us like, man, where the book at, bruh? You feel me? Let me get the book, bruh. I need to tell you what I'm a peer review you since they hating.
You
I
know,
can't
what's
wait to
funny
put up
though?
this peer review. I don't think it's gonna be all positive, but I can't wait.
Yeah, but you know what's funny though, Smash? He's okay. The prefixes in the fine language, which Chicam, as our brother Asar Imhotep would say, is a it's part of this situation. You hear brother Asar Imhotep speak on Fon and Gibby and Chicam.
Yo,
He's
some
the
people
one
just bought the
who's
book. Let me
helping
give
work
out these
out
shout
the
out real quick.
prefixes.
Hey, when I get that when I get that shout out, it's good for me to thank people. And thank y'all for just buying the book. I didn't mean to interrupt. You said he had did all these other good things, or you got the floor.
Oh yeah. So he's basically helping to reformulate the understanding of the prefixes of the words, the beginnings of the words, for those who, to simplify for people, in the Fon language. This is what Asar Imhotep tries to like when he's talking about, see this word in Medu Neter relates to Chicam, he has to go through the beginning of the word, the prefixes, to establish 3 consonant sounds in order to say that it qualifies. That's what this brother does, actually. So Asar Imhotep you would do well to holler at Sandro Capo Chichi instead of trying to discredit him in a lot of videos. Holler at him, get with him, and see if he can help you with your next work. Because he's the key to what you do. Literally. What y'all hear my brother, he be on, my brother Simon to be like, see, in CCAM, this word here relates to this one here,
That's
Medu
crazy.
Neter.
Hey,
You
look.
can't do that without the prefix work.
Participation in the Senegalese Conference 2015, April 24-25. Sheikh Anti-Job, University of Dakar, Senegal, on the nasality in Fan. Which of us can speak on the nasality in Fan? Participation in the phonological theory, Al Gore International Network, December 10, 12, 2015, Nijmegen, Netherlands. Forms and nature of the nasality in Fan. Come on, man. Now, I'm reading some of the brother's credentials, and I'm going to go on to show his thesis on the nominal composition in Fan, a morphophonological approach. All right, under the director, Gene, who said he was good, remember?
Yeah.
Now,
I'm ashamed I can't speak on the nasal because I'm Congolese, so I'm embarrassed a little bit. That's how his credentials are.
That's
I'm
the
like,
good
hey.
brother work, and again, I'm glad that he would come off his perch and engage the community, because a lot of scholars feel like they're gonna lose something for coming down to this juke joint of scholarship. You know what I'm saying? That we have on YouTube.
Be like, I can't soil my hands with y'all. Y'all consider
well,
this.
And so we had a.
So our nasality in the Fon, are those nasal sounds in the Fon language?
What about them?
No, I'm saying nasality. Are those nasal sounds?
In
the making of nasal sounds in the Fon language?
I think they are.
Yeah, they
I know nothing about that. I can't even answer nothing.
They have some, and I believe he's proving it, if I'm not mistaken. Why he's doing it, I'm assuming he's probably trying to make the connection between Fon and Gibby. But I'm not sure. I'd have to look at his work and then see the linguistic endeavor. But if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that would be the case.
Somebody said, "Where's the link to the Zoom?" Let me find it.
And then nominal composition. Okay, I can follow that. I don't know what I'm not up on Fon, but I know what nominal compositions are in the morphological.
Well, I kind of was reading his credentials to show he was a real linguist, basically. You know what I'm saying? And not just one amongst us. I mean, I'm no disrespect to us, but I'm saying he's like going for a second PhD and invited to all these seminars and in on reconstructions. You know what I mean?
That dude is amazing right now. I don't know what kind of work he does on the continent, which is why I won't compare him to Sheikh Anti-Job. But linguistically and what he's doing, when it comes to breaking things down, it's just He's a phenomenal linguist.
Yeah, he contributes to the community. I tried to get him on, but he don't want to come on YouTube.
Yeah, because
he's like, I'm cool on that.
You gotta wait till he get his doctorate from Harvard.
Exactly. He like, y'all gonna
Say
mess me
too
up.
many wild things on shows like this. They be like, oh, and the white people there. Oh, this Negro.
All right, this was another good one. I've been getting my streams up, but we at the 4 hour mark, and I think Reggie about to get ready to go live. So I'm gonna go over there and watch that. Somebody was just coming in, Last Griot, so I want to let Last Griot get his words off, and then we're gonna go watch Reggie's show. Last Griot in the building. Peace to you.
Peace, peace, peace. Peace to the panel. Can you hear me?
Peace,
yeah, we can hear you.
Oh yeah, I just came to give you a shout out for Sandro Capo Chichi reminded me of 2022. You remember when you did the entire Black and Chem series? I think that was the watershed moment in all of this conversation. I personally, I read Diop, Civilization and Barbarism, African Origins of Civilization, and Diop first introduced Chem being the word that they used to describe themselves. I thought that was Blackology, to be honest with you. I thought that was too much. It was until 2022, when you went through that entire series, that I finally came to the conclusion that that's the only way we could describe the Chem there. Reggie and Netanel tried to explain to us where the error was in terms of the Nisbatian process, how it cannot be Atribis and all of that. But still, I personally wasn't convinced. It was 2022. And part of what led me across the line was that article from Capuchichi that you read. There was a 2-part article. So with that article and my own knowledge of the African language.
Just for the record, real quick, what I was reading was directly out of my email correspondence to him. That 2-part article is found on Nafri Media. You're talking about, right?
Yeah.
I just want to clarify that for people. So it seems like the same things because his stance is the same, but in that email he just was breaking it down for me. But you could continue.
Yeah. So that 2-part article, you would remember that there was a point where he was comparing two people from the same ethnic group, same background. And he was explaining that this person will be called the red one, this person will be called the black one. And I know to the African American community, that sounds strange. You see a brown person, you would wonder, why would this person be called red and this person black? But as I was listening to that, it just occurred to me, that's exactly how we talk. In Ghana, all the languages that I speak, if you meet a brown brother, the only word we can use to describe the brown brother is the color red, the same red color that we use. So for instance, this, and it's not even just in Ghana. If you meet Sekou speaks Mande, our Sekou, they say the same thing in the Mande language. So me and my brother, I'm brown, my brother is black, like darker than me. If you want to say my father's sons, and you want to describe us, the two boys standing there, my father's sons, and someone asked which one, you would have to say the red one and the black one. That's the only way you can say it in 4 African languages that I speak.
Right,
the
to
only
this
way
day,
you can
currently
say,
to this day, right now.
To this day, you would have to say the red one. If you say the red one, you are referring to me. If you say the black one, you are referring to my brother. That's the only way. So the same red that you would say is this person is the same thing for the color red, the same red for blood. In Ghana language, that's what we say. In Tree, which is the Akan language, that's what we say. In Basari, that's what we say. So you say the red and the black one. So then people also started asking, okay, if some are described as red and others are described as black, how can the collective be called black? So check this. In African languages that I speak, the collective is still called black. So in this same language, that physical description of the African is red and black. When it comes to who is an African, they say black human is 2 words, the word for black and human. So in Tree, you may have heard this, who say Obibini. Ni is the suffix to indicate the person. Bibi is black. In
So,
Basari, yeah.
quick question, Rio. How do you guys see black? Is it evil? Is it good? How do you guys see it?
And what are the other 3 languages? I heard you say Twi, but I just wanted to add on that. Go ahead.
Okay, so black in general. The question, I'm trying to remove the Christian imposition versus without
Yeah, well,
Christianity,
how does
what black would
Africa
be.
see it? Yeah, how does Africa, not how the Western world that's come over see it? Yeah.
In my language, there is nothing negative about black. So often, what often comes up with black is we have, in African culture, there are dressings for every occasion. So during the naming ceremony, people wear white. So when a child is born, we have the naming ceremony and people wear white. And funerals, we wear black or red. So often people attach the black color to the funeral, and funeral is with crying. But in the in the in the in the funeral setup, not all funerals are black. So depending on the age of the person. So if the person is, let's say, 90 years and above, when we are going for the funeral, we wear white, meaning they've gone the complete cycle. They've started from birth to sunrise, and then they've gone the complete circulation. But if the person dies in middle age or something, let's say in their 40s, that's an unfortunate incident, we wear black. So that the only black attachment is from over there, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's bad or good. That's the only way black plays into things. There is no other thing. There is no black devil, good angel. No, there's none of that. So that yeah. So back on the black land thing.
Real quick,
So
what are the other languages you cited that it mean? Because you said it mean black in all your languages or whatever you
yeah,
may
in
be.
all. So Ghana has over 100 languages. I would assume at least 80 languages. But I speak 4 of them. So in Tree is the lingua franca. Tree is the language spoken by the Ashanti people. They are the largest ethnic group. So in Tree, the word is Bibi. Bibi is black. Ni is just like you mentioned is Bayesian. Sudani, the Ni indicates the person. So in Tree, we say Ni as well. So Bibi, Ni, black Ni, meaning black person. And then the land is Bibi man, black land. So the land of the blacks. So in Ghana news, in Tree, if you listen to Tree news and they are talking about Africa, they'll say blah, 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 blah. Abibimai. Abibimai means Africa, the black land. It doesn't mean the soil is black. They are just saying the black land because we say Bibini, the black person. This is where the black people live. So that is Tree. In Basari, we say Nil. Nil is the word for a person. It's just like in Wolof, they say Nit. So Tree is Ni for person. Wolof Nit, N-I-T. Basal is Nil, N-I-L. So we say Unel born. So we say, pardon?
You good.
Okay. Oh, I don't speak Wolof. I just know pieces of Wolof. Yeah.
I know you did. You have to. I see you threw it out there. So
yeah. So in Basari, it's the same thing as born. Born is black. So we say Unel born. So Unel born is the black person, and then we say Unel born Tung. Tung is like Medune chapter. Tung is what we call for land. So human black land.
And in all of those languages, a lighter skinned person is red and a darker one is black, basically.
Exactly. So in Tree, a light skinned person will say Nipa Koko. Koko means red. So in Basari, we say Unel boy. So in Basari, Unel boy is the black one. Unel mine is the red one. So that's what we say. In Ghana, we say Bomo Chulu. Bomo is human. Chulu is, red. And then Din is the word for black in Ghana. So in all of these languages, the only way we will be able to describe 2 people, one is browner than the other, is use the color red and black. When we are talking about Africa, we say the black land. Although we describe the African as either being red or black, when we're talking about Africans, we just say the black land or the black people.
So what do you say about the Arab?
Man, you just killed the whole show with a first-hand primary account of current modern-day languages basically showing that the culture of at least the nomenclature of naming siblings and individuals who are in comparison with physical appearance is consistent, right?
It's very consistent. What brought me here to say this is that when I first got onto this YouTube listening to various people explain it, I was I was watching a video where someone promised that you never find Africans describing themselves by color. It's a European thing. And I was there listening to this. I'm like, why is this guy saying this so confidently? Then I thought the person didn't know what they were talking about. This person is very popular, by the way. And later on, I realized that some people just so later on, what would happen is years later, what it tends to happen is that so you would realize that after a while, Dr. Cambon and Camgivers started making the Abibimai popular, that in tree people say Abibimai or Bibini, etc. So then after that, this person changed their tune to say that, oh, even if Africans say that today, it's a colonial thing, just like African Americans are called Black people, it's a modern thing. But check this out. You see, in the Western Hemisphere, we use the black and white dichotomy, meaning Africans are known as Black and then Europeans are known as white. Do you know in these African languages that we describe ourselves as Black, we don't call the Europeans white? Just like in Kemet, you see.
Oh, for real? Oh, that's a very strong point. Y'all don't call Europeans white, but y'all still call Black people Black.
Exactly.
Oh, that's
in
a
Kemet,
checkmate.
you remember, you see in Kemet, Amu is not called white or yellow. Amu has no color connotation. Just like in African, these languages, the European and the foreigners, we don't call them by color, but we call ourselves by color. So these things that people often say, Kemet cannot be Black because of this and this and that. In African languages, is very consistent. In Tree, they use the Bruni. It's got to do with foreigners coming out of the horizon. In our language, it's a different word. In fact, in some of the languages, the word that we use to describe the Europeans are not two good words. It's got nothing to do with color. It's got to do with behavior. It's got to do with coming from a foreign place.
You usually call them angry people, right? Like hot. They call them hot-headed or angry people.
Man, that was fire. That was a fire.
It's beyond that. Some of the words are really.
I know the words you want to use. Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah. So when people often say that, okay, it's a modern thing. Well, the modern Blackness or the modern construct of Blackness is vis-a-vis whiteness. It's juxtaposed to whiteness. These are the Blacks. These are the whites. But in the case of the Africans, it's not like that. That arrangement is not there. In the languages, we call ourselves Black, but we don't call the foreigner white. In fact, the word we have for the Chinese is different from the word we have for the European, and none of them has to do with color. You would think they are both fair-skinned than the African, therefore, let's just find the approximate color and call them. No. The word we call for the Arab is different from the word we have for the European. It's not got to do with color. But when it comes to us, the word we call ourselves is based on the color Black. If you say this to an African in Ghana, nothing weird is here. But over here, it's like, oh yeah, but why is this one red? Why is this one black? No. In our language, yeah, we know that. It's just normal. Nothing else has to be explained further. You see.
Normal. Damn, I was being so quiet because what you were saying was so valuable that I'm going to sample it for sound bites. But people always try to refer to that, and we got primary accounts coming from the continent speaking 4 languages. So
yeah, man. Yeah.
Thank you for that
so
contribution.
yeah, and that's the thing. If you guys spoke the African languages with the level of nature that you have, you'll be on fire. Because some of these things that you try to prove and go deeper, you just realize that even if West Africans are not from Kemet, the connections are just too there.
Well, the more you can come around, because it'll take me years, I probably could never get to your level, but the more you could come around and contribute to show some of the things that I probably couldn't offer when we're having those builds. Trust me, you welcome anytime to chime in and have the floor.
Salute.
Salute. Word up.
One other concept is the concept of the nature. You know, in Kemet, we read about the nature this nature, this, that. And when we are using the English paradigm, we don't know where to place the nature. The question is the nature a god? Is it a small version of a god? Is it a deity? We don't understand this. But in African languages, there is a word for this entity. If an African child is born today and they understand their language, they know exactly the perspective to assign the nature. So in tree, there is the obosom. So in the cosmology of Africans, often all ethnic groups, the cosmology is the same, just that because the languages are different, people think it's different, but the cosmology is the same. The belief is that when the creator created the world, it's not just even what we have over here on the earth, it's not just the plants, the animals, and humans. Africans believe there is something beyond the human, which we cannot touch, and you need the priest to interact with. So a tree, when someone says obosom, the person, you wouldn't need to do any form of explanation. If you tell a tree little child that, oh, this thing here is a bosom, the child knows exactly in their mind where to place it. Now, if we come to Kemet and we're talking about nature, I will be here wondering, without me placing nature as a bosom, I'll be wondering to myself, what is nature? They say it's a small god, but what is a small god? What is a deity? Then the word deity comes. What is a deity? I don't know any of this. But in my African language, I know exactly what obosom is. I know the characteristics of it. And obosom is just like nature. And in all of these languages, they have the equivalent. So even if obosom is not a reality, even if it's a construct, in the milieu of the people, they have exactly the way to perceive it. So these things become something else when you're looking at it from an African cultural perspective.
Man, you just killed him. I mean, what can they say? Now I'm just trying to keep my support up for Brother Reggie. I know he said he's trying to do a show at maybe 5, 6 o'clock their time. He probably already started it, and I hope he waited to 6 so we could get these people over there. I think he's going to be talking about Egypt, the name Egypt and not Kemet, and trying to find roots on that. What you just contributed, my brother Last Griot, was one of the moments. That was a moment on this show. One of those decisive moments when you get a testimony. Like, we get people talking about stuff that ain't testimonies. But you sitting here saying, nah, this is how we do. And that's a lot different than people reading books trying to tell people what other people do. And so I thank you for that. And then, like I said, I offer you the opportunity to come back and repeat or offer new things at any given time. Anybody? Oh, Eddie K, though. I never let you get your words because we closing. Eddie, did you have something you wanted to say? Nah, I think Eddie fell back today. That's cool.
Not after that.
yeah. When he is like, I ain't gonna. That's a hard act to follow, huh? He gonna come in and talk about the Wasetians. But it's all good. I'd like to thank Brother Chris for coming into the show. I am about to have some dialogues, Chris, with some Egyptologists, and I'm setting it up where I want them to kind of like listen to me, and so I kind of gonna have to sharpen my sword all the way. So maybe we could set up a danger room or something offline or something, man, and make sure everything is popping right. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, yo, Smash, I got your text. Good work. I got it the first week it came out.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Black I have some recommendations. I've been writing some notes in the text. Maybe it's one time I'll photocopy my copy and send it to you.
But I'm taking all peer reviews, you feel me? And I'm gonna post them once I get. So if you don't mind, I will ask for permission.
No problem.
To say this is what people think about the text. Their comments, and they're not supposed to all be positive when you post that. Brought up, but
Thanks,
anybody else want to say some closing words?
Man, don't tout these PhDs and these certificates if you don't have them, because we'll pull up. Big up to the real Africans in real Africa. You should be a real African, but some of you forget your roots. You see, our roots come to talk to us when we speak to their heart. Emmett Top.
Word up. Yeah, and I think
Word.
Corey got like 36, 35 hours to atone for the accusations, the charges he placed on my brother. And so it's hard for me to believe, and so we're gonna have some fun with that one. If he don't make the 48-hour note, we just gonna laugh that way all the way up out of here. But yeah, thank y'all for contributing to another good show. I appreciate it, and I'm gonna be back sooner than later. Closing this down. Peace, peace, peace. And in closing out the show, I'm gonna play some more audio of my book since I since I popped it in the reader. No, I'm not, because I can't find it. This is what I wanted to pull up that I didn't get to pull up earlier that I'll show now. While we were talking about Kim being a Nisbet and all that stuff, I just wanted to go to the primary, because when we start having them highly specialized conversations and we're dealing with the grammar and it's between two people who indeed know what they're talking about, we definitely got to go to the primaries and not be looking at the facsimile. And so here I brought up a primary of the black god Kim, to show that, well, now if we look at the grammatical structure here, a Nisbet ain't even formed on this to call him the black one. He's simply black. And this is making it worse and worse and worse. The deeper we go into the primary accounts, it's going to get more and more abundant. This here we have Habes, right, which means to praise, Kim. And then behind the Kim, we have Heru on a standard. So this is letting us know, the word praise, right, is letting us know something needs to be venerated. And then after the word after the word Kim, we have a falcon on a standard, which lets us know whatever before it is divinity. So what's in the middle of the word praise and divinity? Black. Now let's slow down, because this is a color adjective being substituted, used as a noun that ain't even been turned into a Nisbet by the act of adding the I on the end. They just took the color black. No, this is not Old Kingdom. This is the Stela of Abku. I think it's like 12th Dynasty. It's in the Louvre. You can look at it yourself. I'll show when we scroll to the top. But look, if we see it here, again, they just say praise black, bro. Praise black. Now, black ain't a color. They're not telling you to praise the color black. So this just like a dude in your hood named Black. They took the color black adjective and made it into a noun. Praise black. So we ended with a primary. This is one of my best shows this year because of the people who contributed, not because of my studies or my actions. And that's why I like to thank y'all for helping build up the Smash Rockwell show. Because even though I'm Emmy Herb Magi, Emmy Herb Magi Mashah. Right? Probably saying that wrong anyway. But I got that out of Gardner's book, actually. Emmy Herb Magi, Mishah, the overseer of the Magi army. It ain't no Magi without y'all. And that ain't nothing you could join, and it ain't no organization. All it is a mindset. It's the brothers who just been killing y'all for the past 2 years. And now that the Black Olive argument is over, I want to say thanks for the contributions. Thanks for the support. Thanks for the people who just bought the signed book. I'm going to put it up one more time and somebody else going to copy it. Thanks to the people who just bought the signed book today. And I'm going to put it up one more time for you. Hold on. Thanks to the people who just clicked this link and bought. Hold on, dang, I'm doing all kind of stuff. Who clicked this link and bought a signed version of the book today, and we're going to head to the post office first thing in the morning and break you off. Here's a link if you want to get a last-minute signed copy of the book right here. If that's too much, just go on Amazon. You can get the $9.99 version. And if that's too much, just tell me to send you one for free. Somebody said hard coupe. Are we going to roll out with that hard coupe? All right, y'all. Peace. Peace.
Morodic script in my cartouche. Roll through with them arches. Hard coupe. That's in my Shinu. I'm Bennu giving y'all truth. Iron core from meteorite should be chartreuse. Turbocharged the chariot and almost left Ferrari. The queen like almost Nefertari. Immortalize an image, put a figure in a figurine. Kemet, Neteret, hoop, them leopard skin kilts, yeah, the clan wear them. And I turn your knee suit to a fan bearer. Have my servants build a new stadium where I'ma slaughter you, surround your tomb line with boot cranium. Remove the organs, we preserve the dead. Mummify them, then carve them a reserve head. And all your internet mans who lied with you, died with you, sacrificed their life, afterlife with you. Now I'm all in your spot, and I'm calling the shots, while your soul get devoured in the hall of my eye. Can't a night ballin' or not, care if you ballin' or not. I'm still gonna tell you guys, go to Kemet like El Shaddai. You ain't no king, you're like Cambyses the Persian who couldn't draw the Nubian bowstring. Melt the jewels in your crown into a gold ring, refashion them after smashing the whole thing. You're like Pepe II. Too old, king. If you think it ain't black, then let me just check them. I know the syntax, every morphine and phoneme. The scholarship top line, dog, and the flow mean. And my debater make a fraud, quit the internet. Sometimes I wonder if I saw to fix this window yet. That's what you call repair, re-end. They heard the king of Mijal was a scary man, and he is though. I'm telling you, you better contain him, man. He's busting arrows at all these Mediterraneans, killing them. Now we ain't getting no views. Yeah, them flip-flops look like Tutankhamun shoes. And y'all just wiki, thinking I'm enthused. They turned Egyptian temples to churches and still say, I'm enthused. It's crazy. They just wiki, cause they lazy. So they can call me pseudo, it don't faze me. The page monetized, so crushing you clowns pays.